Teapot's boiling. Hold on. You'll alive. Okay. Where's my sorry? Sorry, I don't have a sorry. Yeah, no, I don't have any. I feel like any sort of dressing up I might have done for the stream would have been, like, not a good look. So I figured I'll just dress like normal. It's fine. It's fine. So, anyways, you might be wondering, what are we making today? Well, you could cheat and just do !menu in the chat, so those links would take you to the recipes, or I could just tell you if you'd like. So, I made my choices. Okay, so something I've been wanting to do an Indian cooking stream for a long time now, and the thing that prevented me from doing it earlier was I just couldn't decide what to make. Not because there aren't good options of things that are really tasty to make, but simply because there's just so many good options for Indian. Like it was just felt hard to boil down to one cooking stream, and it felt difficult to find recipes that I could realistically make within one stream. And so eventually I decided, like, okay, let me just try to make this as simple as I realistically can here, okay? So I thought, like, okay, whenever I go to an Indian restaurant, which admittedly is not like super often. Okay, sorry, I am watching, there's this background video that's running on this page I'm looking at right now, and it looks so fucking good, I just can't help but like look at this and stare at this the entire time, so I gotta close this, hold on. Okay, there we go. So anyways, I figured when I go to an Indian restaurant, like, what do I always get? No matter what, without question, without any sort of hesitation, right? So, number one, and probably feels like this is probably the number one answer for literally everybody in existence, you gotta make chicken tikka masala, right? I feel like, I don't know how authentically Indian that is, or if that's more of like a white person's favorite type of Indian food that they don't ever actually eat in India, but regardless, that's what we're gonna make, because, like, come on, you can't not make chicken tikka masala. Yeah, or butter chicken, but, like, chicken tikka masala, at least for me, is my preferred chicken orange dish. I don't know. So we're gonna make that, okay? And keep in mind, that one is one that requires 2 days of work. So that's one of the things I was originally struggling with as well. Like, how do I make a recipe in one day? If there's a marinating process, and then there's a process where you actually make it, right? And so I could have marinated it like the day before stream if I wanted to, but I figured that'd be kind of lame. So eventually what I decided is, like, okay, you know what? Let's just make this cooking stream a two-parter. Let's just make this cooking stream a 2-day event. So if you read the title of the stream, you might see it's part 1. So not only will today be the Clueless Bachelor cooking stream of the Indian food, tomorrow's stream will also be the Clueless Bachelor cooking stream of the Indian feast. So what we're going to be doing today is making the marinade for the chicken tikka masala and prepping the chicken and having that marinade. And then we're going to shelve that, put that in the fridge, and then we're going to cook some other stuff. Or, well, not in that exact order, but basically we're going to be marinating the chicken today, but we're not actually making the tikka masala till tomorrow. So, of course you might ask, okay, well then what are we actually making today? Because obviously I'm not going to just be like, all right, I'll see you tomorrow. We're not going to eat anything after the stream is over. No. So I'd say the second dish that I always get when I go to Indian restaurants, no matter what, is the, I never really knew the official name of it. It was just like, it's the spinach one that has like the little cheese cubes that are kind of cheese, but kind of tofu. I don't know what the fuck it is, whatever, but it's tasty. It's kind of creamy. And evidently the name of it is Saag Paneer. I trust I'm pronouncing that correctly. And so I figured, okay, that seems like another good one. So that is one we're going to be making today. Oh shit. So it's, for those that maybe don't recognize it, is this one. I guess you either know what this is or you don't, but we're going to be making this right here. So it's like a creamy spinach thing with like an Indian version of cheese mixed in there. This is the chick, apparently, who gave us the recipe. She looks Indian, so it must be authentic, right? Her name is Arti Sequira. That sounds very like an authentic Indian name, so fuck it. She must know what she's talking about, right? Level easy. Total hour and 20 minutes. We'll see about that. So yeah, we're gonna give this a shot and see how it goes, and then I feel like it's pretty obvious you can't really make any Indian food and not include the naan, right? Like, or really, for that matter, any kind of Middle Eastern dish or Middle Eastern or Indian dish. You gotta have the naan, right? And like, you can't just make a regular old naan. I mean, you could, but of course my ass is gonna make some garlic naan, because like, who doesn't want some fancy ass garlic naan, right? Bodhi. Now, unfortunately, I don't have the tandoori oven that I could make, that I could have temperatures reach 900 degrees Fahrenheit. probably would actually work in the pizza oven at my friend's place, but I'm not at my friend's place, so we're gonna have to just go with a regular ass skillet, I guess, today, and hopefully call that good enough. I don't even have a cast iron skillet, so we're just gonna have to go with a regular ass skillet and see how well that works. We will find out. But yeah, we're gonna be making some garlic naan today, so that's actually the first thing we're gonna prep, because we need to prep the dough, and then we'll have to let it rise for a little bit, I guess. But this says like 2 hours. I don't know if I'll wait that long. We'll see. We'll give it as long as we realistically can while we do the other stuff. Alright? Yeah, I know, Mala. Come on, I've planned the stream out. I know I gotta do the naan first. 6-hour stream, Inc. Oh, we'll see. I'd like to think it's not gonna be that long, but I guess we'll find out. Why does my local offer think I'm in Illinois? What, sir? Seems like I could have ordered a commercial tandoori oven for 2.7K. Was this even considered? Ah, a fellow Wubby enjoyer. What's up? Legit question, did I tell my parents that I beat the Knack speedrun record? I did not. I don't think they would know what that means, but next time I talk to them, I guess I'll make sure to brag to them so that way I can tell you guys how it goes. Okay. So, anyways, let's say we actually go to the kitchen and do the thing, shall we? Because we can look at the dish all we want. At the end of the day, we should probably actually make it, you know? That's what we're going for. That's what it's supposed to look like. It's basically just like a pancake, right? How hard can it be? Okay. Let's head on over, shall we? Oh, shit. Okay, gonna swap to the lav mic. Hello? Okay, seems to be working. Poggers. Alright. Let me turn off the lights in here so that way I'm a good boy and don't kill the earth by using a bunch of lights that I don't actually need. Okay. Oh, right, I gotta put my shoes on so that way I can A, trigger chat, and B, make it so my feet don't hurt by the end of the stream. Ready to be triggered, chat? Oh shit, there they are. Oh my god, streamer, why are you wearing shoes indoors? Oh my god, this is such an American thing, wearing shoes indoors. I'm so superior as a European because I don't wear shoes indoors. Alright, no one cares. Alright, so, first things first, before we start cooking, obviously we gotta drink something, right? So, originally, okay, so I was kind of struggling to think about, like, what exactly do you drink for an Indian-themed cooking stream? Because, like, it feels like for most countries, there's usually some sort of like alcoholic beverage that you could associate with the country. So like when we did St. Patrick's Day, all right, you drink like Guinness, right? Like maybe Jameson, whatever. For like the Japanese stream, like we did sake. For the Thai stream, we did like chai tea latte with vodka or whatever, and that was pretty good. What did we do for the Chinese one? Did I do anything special for the Chinese one? Yeah, I don't remember, but anyways, so you get the idea, right? But for Indian, like, I don't really know what like like a popular Indian alcoholic beverage would be, so I was kind of struggling for a bit. Fenny? I have no idea what that is, but anyways, so what I came to eventually was, it's maybe not super exciting, but it requires some backstory, okay? So when I went to Chicago for St. Patrick's Day, one of the places that I went to was the Open Gate Brewery for Guinness in Chicago, okay? And so when we went there, they had a whole menu of different types of beers they were serving that were all Guinness based. And one of the beers that they had was a chai tea infused beer, like, you know, chai tea infused Guinness. And it sounded really good, but unfortunately the service there was so fucking slow because there was a bazillion people there that I really never got a chance to get it because like we only had time to get like one beer, and after that like it was just like good luck getting a beer after that. So I never got to try it. So originally I was thinking like, okay, maybe I could try to make my own like ghetto scuffed version of chai infused beer, because like chai is kind of a thing throughout that region, right? Like I know maybe you might associate it a little bit more with like Pakistan, but like it's close enough to India that's like that's still a thing there, right? Sure. So originally I was thinking like, okay, maybe we'll make a chai tea infused beer. And I was gonna try to do it with Guinness just to kind of try out the version of beer I in theory could have had when I was in Chicago. But if I'm being completely honest with you guys, I went to Comfy Brewery last night, had some tasty beer, and I woke up this morning just thinking like, I don't really feel like drinking more beer. I'm a little bloated anyways, and I just wasn't feeling the beer today, if I'm being completely honest. So I'm not gonna actually drink any beer today, but I did buy the chai tea, so this is gonna be a really boring result, I realize, but we're just gonna drink some chai tea today. I feel like that's legit, right? Like, I don't have to drink alcohol if I don't want to. Maybe tomorrow. We're doing another cooking stream tomorrow. I'm just gonna be a chai tea enjoyer today. Hopefully Jack can live with that. So, if anything, what that does is gives me an opportunity to use this that I've been waiting to use this entire time. Little backstory behind this one. So, when my
when I was house sitting for my friends, like, I don't know, it was like a month ago or something, my friends were in Puerto Rico for a wedding. And so when they came back, they got me a couple of goodies as a kind of like a thank you gift for helping me, or for helping them out in house sitting and shit. So they brought me a couple of things. So the first thing you'll see later, but the second thing they got me was like this nice little adorable little teacup that you can use for tea or coffee. Oh, look at that. That's from Puerto Rico. Wow, it's even got its own little like ceramic spoon in there too. Oh, there we go. So I was like, well, shit, I gotta use this with like some fancy tea, but like I can't really use this in the mornings when I need like a giant man's portion of tea. But I figured like, okay, perfect, I can use it for this stream, right? And use like the little adorable cup that isn't like massive size, but that's okay, because like we can make our chai tea just really fucking strong inside of here. Perfect. So let's do that, shall we? This can be one of those Indian feasts that blasts your butthole. No, you racist fuck, we are not making curry, alright? Not that I have an issue with curry. Curry is also delicious, but like I said, I'm going with the tried and true class. There's just like little, whatever. There's a little barcode sticker on the bottom of this I'm trying to get off, but okay, that can't be bothered. So let's see here. That's earlier. Why earlier on the stream I was getting the teapot ready to go. So it's not like I've got ultra authentic, ultra fancy chai tea. It's just the Tazo shit, but that's okay. It'll get the job done, right? So maybe, I don't know, maybe tomorrow if I'm feeling more into it, maybe I'll go buy some Guinness and then we can try the Guinness-infused tea. But at least for today, I just want to do the tea, because I like chai tea. It's tasty. All right, sue me. Chai tea and naan bread? Hey, I'm trying to stick to the classics, all right? Yeah, whatever. Now, I guess, yeah, funny is normally like I'd put one tea bag in like my massive muggo tea, so this tiny-ass little thing right here, I get the feeling this will be rather strong, which is fine. Also, I'm going to be that guy and add some artificial sweetener to it because, I don't know, I'm my own man, I can do what I want. Ew, streamer, artificial sweetener, it's gonna give you cancer. Oh my god, it's the worst thing for your body in the world. Oh my god, streamer, I can't believe you're putting that in your body. Shut up, no one cares. Alright, and the last thing is the water. And then we can have our adorable little tea mug. Oh, how cute. Alright, that's not a lot of liquid going into there. It's gonna have to be really strong. Alright, that's fine. Alright. That's adorable. And see, I can use my adorable little thing like... Alright, there we go. Cool. Smells like chai tea. Do I add some milk to this or just have it as is? I'll just have it as is. That's fine. Alright. Whew. Alright, tastes nice. I guess I leave this in here just as a fancy. Whatever. Okay. Anyways, what say we get started on the cooking, shall we? Let's do it. This is the beer going into that tiny cup. It's safe to say that I'd probably put this in a larger cup if I was doing beer. One thing I was thinking of doing is I could like brew the tea inside of this, like if I was going to do the beer maybe tomorrow. I could brew the tea inside of here, and once it's done brewing and down to room temperature and like super strong, then you pour it into the beer and maybe just mix them. I was thinking of two methods. Like either I could put a bunch of tea bags in the beer and have the tea bags literally steep inside of the beer, but I don't know how well that would work. Or you just mix chai tea plus the beer. That seems like a better reliable method, but maybe we'll try tomorrow, like I said. Maybe. If your sink doesn't look like Salv's, you're doing it wrong. Bro, don't try to pretend that you got some fucking pristine sink that has been cleaned every single day. All right, shut up. All right, anyways, let's start with the actual cooking, shall we? So, like I said earlier, we're gonna start with the naan, since we gotta get that shit, the dough prepped and have it rise for a while. So if you do !menu in the chat, that'll show you the recipes that I'm using today. And so let's start with the naan. Okay, so we're gonna need active dry yeast. I got that. Great value, of course. I'm assuming just, I don't know, it says 1 teaspoon. I don't know what this packet is. It's probably a lot more than a teaspoon, but whatever, we'll make it work. Have to have some of the shit go to waste more than likely, but not like it's expensive. That's fine, okay. And then we need the sugar. Yes, don't worry, we'll use real sugar for this. Not gonna use the fake shit. All right. 1/4 of a cup of water at room temperature. We'll worry about that in a sec. 4 cups of all-purpose flour. Okay. Boom. Although I think it was, well, I think originally I wanted to make a half recipe instead of a full recipe, just because, number one, I don't want it to take forever when I'm cooking it, and number two, I'm only cooking for myself, right? So like, it's not like I need a ton. I think, how many was this supposed to make? Let me see here. Let me confirm that, like, yeah, I just want to do a half recipe. Okay, yeah, so the recipe says, like, this will make, like, in the neighborhood of 10 to 12, like, full, like, big ol' things of naan. That is kind of a lot. I feel like it's probably better if I just go with, like, 6. I mean, not like I wouldn't eat them. It would just take a while to cook is the problem, because, like, I don't really have a pan that's big enough to do more than one at a time, right? I'd probably just do one at a time. So I think we'll just do half recipe. I think that's fine. And if anything, not like it's hard to make. If I'm really desperate for more, I guess I can always just make myself more. All right, yeah, let's do half a recipe. That's fine. All right, so sugar, flour, baking soda, baking powder. Uses both for some reason. That's interesting, but okay, sure, why not? Boom. And then we got a half cup of full-fat plain yogurt. When I went shopping today at Walmart for this, you wouldn't believe how shockingly difficult it was to find full-fat plain yogurt. I guess all the cool kids nowadays are just eating the non-fat yogurt, which I'll admit, like, whenever I have yogurt, I only ever eat non-fat too, because, like, it's better for, I don't know, getting those gains, you know, but anyways, they only had one, and I swear, I shit you not, in the entire fucking store, they had one tub of whole milk plain yogurt. So here we go, we got the fat boy shit. Boom. Although I don't think we'll actually need this until after, but all right, cooking oil for the bowl, 3/4 cup of whole milk at room temperature. Oh, didn't realize we were supposed to get our milk to room temperature, so we'll just put it in the microwave for like a few seconds, and that'll hopefully bring it up to room temperature. That'll work, right? And yeah, no, I'm not using whole milk because, like, I didn't want to buy a whole carton of whole milk because I don't ever drink whole milk. So I got 2%. That's close enough. Whatever. We'll make that work. And 3 tablespoons minced garlic, but I think that's at the end. And butter, that's also at the end. And salt. Okay. Let's step 1. Get the dough going, shall we? Also, let's try out the chai. Let's see if it's cooled down enough. Ooh, it is nice. I mean, it's chai tea. What can you say? Okay. I would be curious to add this to beer to see if it was any good. Because I feel like combined with Guinness, which is a relatively muted and not ultra strong flavor, I feel like they could pair well. I don't know. Add some whiskey. I mean, all right, I'm gonna add a little whiskey because that's actually a pretty good suggestion, but I'm just add like a tiny little splash, all right? I'm gonna add enough or not enough to the point where it's gonna be like ultra strong, just maybe just a little splash. You know what? I don't hate that idea. Just a little like, huh. All right. See if we just ruined our chai tea. Yeah, you gotta knob it up a bit, you know? Add some knob. It's never bad when you add some knob. I mean, it tastes like chai tea combined with whiskey. It's not horrible, but not my favorite, if I'm being honest. The flavors definitely clash a little bit. Oh well, still drinkable. Whatever, dude. It's fine. All right. Anyways, so first things first, we're supposed to do in a glass. We have to do the milk now. All right. So let me measure out the milk now because I want to make sure that I can at least try my best to have it down to room temperature once it's done. So if we're making a half recipe here, then we got to do half of 3/4 of a cup, which is 3/8. So just like slightly less than a half cup. Whatever. Let's just pour it out into here. You prefer one or the other? Yeah, I gotta say, I think I would rather just have them separately. Combining the two. An interesting idea, I'll give you that, but it's not horrible, but it's not like, not something where it's just like, oh my god, you gotta try this. Wow, it's so good. Now, when I did the chai tea latte combined with vodka for the Thai cooking stream, that was actually really good. That I'd recommend. That was tasty. All right, anyways, let's just do slightly less than half a cup here. That's fine right there. And we'll let that, I guess, get to as close to room temperature as we can realistically get it. Okay. Hey, Joel. Hey, buddy. Obviously, we got Joel and Joelle here to join the fun, as they always are here for cooking streams. Classic. Should be milk in the chai tea? Yeah, I considered it, but I usually drink my tea black. I rarely ever add milk to it, just because, I don't know, just because I prefer it black. I usually prefer my things black, so something of a size queen for my tea. Anyways, you've not missed a snot rocket. I'm sure we'll have one of those later, as per tradition, right? All right, so let's combine the ingredients, shall we? So it says in a glass measuring cup. Yeah, I don't got that, but whatever. We'll use our ghetto-ass plastic bowl like we always do. That'll work fine, right? Yes, sir. Actually, maybe I should actually use my giant bowl. Not because I desperately need this much room in in what we're making, but probably just because we want these other bowls for cooking other stuff later. So actually, let me just use the giant one. This is fine. Okay. Ooh. As pretty much always happens before a cooking stream, my kitchen was a fucking mess, so I had to spend an hour just cleaning my kitchen before I could even prep the thing for stream at all, so cleaned basically everything in my kitchen, but I forgot to clean this giant-ass bowl because, well, kind of forgot that I'd probably have to use it, so here we go. Anyways. Okay. Hey, what's up? Grand Sky Dragon coming in hot with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, sir. Grand Marnier in tea is really good. I have no idea what Grand Marnier is. It sounds like some bougie shit, but I'll take your word for it. All right, sure. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets Doritos and Tasty Indian Food Fund. Thank you, sir. All right, so let's combine the yeast. Okay, so I guess if we're only making half recipe, it's not gonna be much yeast. It's only gonna be half of a teaspoon of yeast, which is a very tiny amount. Okay. So, because usually you would just use like one full packet for whatever you're making, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll see how much dough that half a recipe makes. If I feel like it's not enough, I could always just, I guess, make the other half. But I've had this issue before where like, okay, now you gotta like cook something on a skillet, but it's gotta be one at a time, and you end up getting to the point where it's just like, this is gonna take like an hour on its own just to cook each individual one separately. And like when you're at the end, you're just like, all right, I just want to eat. Come on. Because it's not particularly exciting to just watch something like sit there on the skillet and be like, okay, well, there you go. All right, so here's the yeast. I just find yeast fascinating looking. Looks like little mini poop pellets. I'm not sure how well you can tell what I'm talking about up close, but like, it's like little mini poop. Like rabbit poop, you know? All right. Anyways, toss some rabbit poop in there. When yeast isn't a bad thing. I mean, hey, you know what? I respect all of my ladies in chat and their love for yeast, or perhaps their displeasure with yeast. Whatever they think about yeast, I agree with them. Okay, anyways, so then we do that plus the sugar. So I guess if it's a half recipe, we're gonna do just a tablespoon of sugar. That seems like a shitload, but all right, whatever. Trust the process, I guess. Rabbit Stream 2 Electric Boogaloo. The problem is, actually, the place that I bought that rabbit, it feels like a lot of sugar. An entire fucking tablespoon, but okay, if you say so. The place that I bought that rabbit from originally, I went back somewhat recently, and they don't have rabbits anymore. Like, I don't know if it's the economic hard times that we've hit, apparently, but I don't know. They didn't have any whole rabbits, so I was like, oh, well, I guess that's not like I was planning on buying one when I was there, but I was like, well, I guess if I do want to do a rabbit sequel stream, then can't buy it there anymore. Gotta feed the yeast with sugar. I know, it just seems like a shitload of sugar. But all right, sure, whatever. And then looks like only 1/8 a cup of water at room temperature, since it's a half recipe, which doesn't seem like a lot, but okay. Do I even have an 1/8 cup measurer? I don't think I do. I guess I'll just use a 4th cup measurer. Actually, is a tablespoon just 1/8 of a cup? It's probably a little more than that. Yeah, whatever. All right, where the fuck is my 4th cup measure? I know I got one here. Half cup, 4th cup. Hey, here we go. Okay. All right, not too hot, not too cold, just room temperature. All right, all right, all right. Okay. 1/8 cup, so just half of a 1/4 cup then. Sure. Yeah, this bowl's way too fucking giant for this tiny ass little portion of yeast, but oh well. It should work just fine in theory. All right, and then now we let this sit for 10 minutes. In the meantime, we can mix the other stuff. Really should have combined this probably in a smaller bowl now that I think about it. Well, shit. And then use the large bowl for the flour. Okay, that's fine. We'll make this work. We'll make this work. First of all, let me just make sure the yeast is all sitting there nice and tight. Yeah, I really should use this. I mean, I guess I could just pour this out into a smaller bowl because it's just occurring to me that, like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let's pour all this and try to not leave any stuff in this old bowl. So I could have just done 2 tablespoons of the water. Oh well. All right, let's just, and by the way, yes, this bowl, well seasoned, of course. This one's gotten nastier and nastier over time, admittedly, throughout the course of these cooking streams. I swear it's still fine. It kind of smells like, in fact, maybe I'll wash this one more time. It still smells like the ranchero sauce that we made for the huevos rancheros, because when I had all that leftover ranchero sauce, I actually just ended up putting it in this bowl, and just it sat here in this bowl for like a week, so the inside of this bowl has definitely been marinating in the ranchero sauce for a while, but it's not a bad taste, so it's not like I mind, but I will say it might clash with the taste of naan if it gets too infused with that. Okay. Let's just pour that into there. It's like, matches the shade of brown, cool. I'm going to toss a little more yeast in there because there's definitely some that got left behind in the bowl, so let's just kind of give it a bit more of a sprinkle, shall we? I know what I'm doing, right? There we go. Little more, just a little, come on. There we go, all right. Now, I'm always confused. People say, like, oh, the yeast is alive, the yeast is living, a living thing, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I don't really understand how that's a thing where it's just, like, these little pellets are alive. Like, how does that work exactly? I know it's supposed to be bacteria, but, like, is the bacteria in stasis and it's just kind of sitting there, like, living the entire time inside of that little packet? And how did it survive the entire time inside the packet? Does it magically just start life, the beginning of its life, when you put it into water? Like, I've never understood the science behind, like, yeast evidently is alive, but it's not, like... It's fine just sitting inside of this plastic package for 10 months, but you gotta feed it, otherwise, when it comes out of the package, otherwise it's not gonna be doing it. I don't know. I find that whole process very confusing. I don't know how to do science. It's the whole thing. Okay, anyways, yeah, we'll just put the yeast off to the side and let it do its thing for a bit. Okay. Is that what it is? Is it a fungus? I always assumed it was a bacteria. Alright, so anyways, we can start adding the dry ingredients now. So, whisk together wait, hold on, no, wrong step. Meantime, mix the flour, baking soda, and baking powder in a large bowl. Okay, for this half recipe, I believe we'll be using 2 cups of flour. Okay. Great value, of course. Wouldn't have it any other way, naturally. All right, so here's a half cup measure, so I know how to do math, sort of. That's half a cup. Yeah, 2 cups is like a lot of flour. That's gonna be more than enough for how much like I need for a portion for just me. I guess in theory I'm making enough naan for both today and tomorrow, so it's not like I want a tiny amount, but yeah, 2 cups. Usually when I have a serving of pancakes, I'll use half a cup of flour as my basis for how much I'll have for a breakfast, so I feel like if anything this is 4 breakfasts worth of quantity of pancakes, but it's the non-equivalent, whatever that is. Sure, whatever. Okay. You get what I'm saying, right, chat? Okay, good. Okay. Cool. There are over 1,500 different species of yeast. Ah, there's a joke I could make, but I feel like it'd be way too offensive even for my standards. So I'm not going to. Let's see here. So baking soda and baking powder. So okay, half a teaspoon of that. Your mom is one of them. Now it's gonna be even more offensive than that. But sure, let's go with that. Why not? Alright, half a teaspoon of that. Is this going in the oven or the frying pan? It'll be going in the frying pan eventually. You gotta get like those burn marks and shit on the side of the naan, right? That's kind of how it typically looks. Okay, so baking soda. I don't really know what the point of adding both baking powder and soda is. In fact, frankly, I have no idea what the difference between the two is and why they're different and what they do differently, but I mean, I trust the process. Okay, sure, why not? It says to whisk them together. I do actually own a whisk. I guess we can use that. Fuck it. Rare opportunity for me to actually use this shit that I own that I got for Christmas a few years ago. Sure. It's gonna be such a good meal. I mean, I love, like, the three things I'm making today. I love it when I get them at an Indian restaurant, so assuming I don't horrifically fuck them up, which is always a possibility, then yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to the end result eventually. Okay, well, it's funny, it's like, the recipe says, like, okay, you know, while the yeast is doing its thing, go ahead and do this stuff in the meantime, as if, like, this takes, like, the full 10 minutes. Like, okay, I combined flour, baking powder, and baking soda. That was hard. Now I guess we just sit here and wait. Cool. But I guess in the meantime, I don't know, we'll enjoy some chai tea infused with knob. Mm-hmm. Ah. You know, it's not bad. It's not bad. Maybe I'm just coping, but I'm like, all right, that's not bad. What's up, Scubbo? Coming in hot with the Prime sub now for 31 months. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, it was indeed pretty hyped to get the world record, not gonna lie. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos Fund. Baking soda acts as an acid and a base, so it keeps things in equilibrium. It also reacts into water and CO2, which makes the air bubbles to make it puffy. Sure. Okay, yeah, why not? Love it, the best, cool. All right, so has this yeast done its thing yet? Kind of, sort of, a little bit? I know it's supposed to get like moderately foamy. It's not getting foamy at all at the moment. It's thoroughly whelming at the moment. Yeast, do the thing. Wake up, yeast. Ding, 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 ding. Hello. Anyways, what's the next step, I guess, once we get to the point where we're ready to... I'm assuming we're going to combine these two, right? It says, whisk together the yeast mixture, yogurt, and milk, and stir into the dry ingredients. Okay, so eventually we'll add the milk and stir. Okay, so I guess if anything, that milk that we got earlier, we got to make sure that this is room temperature. I don't know why, but sure, I'll just put it in the microwave for like, I don't know, 10 seconds? Oh my god, streamer using a microwave. Ugh, gross. I'm European and I'm better than you, so I don't ever use my microwave. Figured I'd get that part out of the way. Alright, cool. Is this room temperature? I'm gonna say close enough. Sure. Oh, hold on, let me change one thing in my computer room here so I can see the cam view a little bit better. In some perfect world, I'd have some fancy camera that showed me what's on frame at all times, but I don't, so I gotta kind of use a really ghetto method that I can't really show you since the camera's sitting here. All right, so we'll do that. We'll do the yogurt. So how much yogurt are we gonna need? 1/4 cup of high-fat plain yogurt. Sure. A lot of white things in this dish, huh? Okay, looks very chunky, but sure. So I guess we're gonna want a 1/4 cup eventually. Is this yeast ready to do its thing? I feel like it's close enough. Has it been 10 minutes? Probably, maybe, I don't know. I see a couple of bubbles in there. That's gotta be worth something, right? Oh, here it is. First one, to everyone take a drink. Ajva says, sneakers inside is insanity. Drink. There it is. I wouldn't have it any other way. All right. If you want your liquid to be 95F. We've done this before where I made the little yeast mixture and I think I made it too hot and so nothing happened, like maybe it killed the yeast or some shit, I don't know. But anyways, we're just gonna send this. I mean, I know it can also just kind of do its own thing while it's still yeasting up, like just on its own, like while it's already mixed into other stuff. I learned this lesson when I made the pizza dough and like initially it wasn't all foamy at all, but eventually it did the thing, so. I'm just gonna trust that it's ready to do the thing, and we're just gonna add the other stuff because I am impatient. Okay, cool. So let's add the milk. Okay, and then the 1/4 cup of yogurt. I don't think I've ever baked with yogurt before, so it's a new one. Not really sure what the yogurt does, but I'm assuming it's gonna make it more yogurty. Sure. Maybe thicker, more creamy, something? Mm. Yeah, man, get in there. Okay. Now we whisk her up. Let me toss the yogurt back in the fridge. We'll need more of this later for, I think we'll use this for the tikka masala later, so tomorrow, I guess. Okay. And now we mix her up. We're supposed to whisk this smooth, or what sort of consistency we're looking for here? It says whisk together the yeast mixture, yogurt, and milk, stir into the dry ingredients. All right, it doesn't really specify. I guess we'll just kind of make it stirred and smooth as best we can. Sure. Seems fine. We kind of got rid of most of the yogurt chunks, so I assume that's what we're going for. And now we add it to this. Okay. Yogurt and milk get some good prebiotics and sugars for the yeast to eat, but that's what we added the sugar for. You guys are just coming up with a bunch of pseudoscience just to be like, well, it's for the yeast, right? So that's why we add the sugar and the milk and the yogurt and all this other shit, because the yeast can't do jack shit on its own because it's some little weak-ass bacteria slash fungi that apparently can't survive without human intervention, taking it out of its little plastic package that it was born in. Yeah, whatever, dude, if you say so. You really can't convince me that it's not just little mini poop pellets, honestly. I'm still not convinced. I don't know. All right. And we mix her up, brothers. Hell yeah. Now, I've never made naan dough before, but I assume it's going to be the similar consistency to every other dough, which is kind of like a, I don't know, dough. Like, I guess we're going to find out. I think the yogurt is meant to be the base for your marinade? Oh, I think you're thinking of the other dish we're making today, bud. Oh, as in like you were saying, like maybe we'll use it for the chicken tikka masala today for the marinade. Okay, yeah, that actually might be true. You might be right about that. All right, this is definitely turning into something dough-like, so that seems like a good sign. Now, the good news is it's relatively warm, so I don't really have to worry about like putting this in like an extra warm spot to let it rise. I think I can just leave it out as is, and it's probably fine. Fats and yogurt is also a good binder. Sure, I love binders. It's great for putting notes in, and good for organizing your school notes, and a place where I'd keep all my homework. Was that a thing for anybody else? Like back when they were a kid and you were in school, like the teachers made an emphasis like, you must have a 3-ring binder at all times to organize all of your work, and it's a requirement for this class. There's no other way to possibly organize your work or papers or whatever. It has to be a 3-ring binder specifically. Make sure you show me, make sure it's 3 rings. It can't be 2, can't be 4, it's gotta be 3. Was that just like an elaborate plot by big 3-ring binder corporations to make sure that we bought their shit? I don't know. All right, well, here's the part I always hate about a whisk. Then it's like everything gets stuck inside of here, and then it's impossible to get out of here, and it feels like you're wasting dough, and... okay. It smells like dough, that's good. Obviously, this process was very difficult, so I'm very glad that I turned something into dough. Yeah, the only problem with this is that, yeah, how the fuck do I get all the rest of this shit out of here? I hate whisks for this reason. This is why I always normally just use forks. Because, like, now you got this whole mess of dough that's just stuck to the whisk, and how the fuck do you get it off? And ain't no way I'm wasting ingredients because I'm a cheap motherfucker. Come on, man. Now it's sticking to my hands. This is a whole thing right now. Okay, come on. Forks or chopsticks? Yeah, I've never understood why people are just like, you gotta use a whisk to mix the dough. It's got a whisk, oh, it makes it so much better. Like, no, a fork does the job just as well in my experience, and then you have to deal with this. All right, well, this is, I guess, good enough. I don't know. There's still some stuck in the whisk, in the whisk, which is triggering me, but whatever. Well, it's a good tasting dough. Look at that. Yeah. Let's just combine this by hand for the rest of this. What in tarnation? I feel like, if anything, it's probably the authentic way to do it, just by hand, right? That's how they did it back in the good old Stone Ages in India and the Middle East and shit. Sure. All right, we do want to make this form into a dough ball. At the moment, it's still a little, I don't know, dry it feels like, but it feels like as long as we keep combining this, eventually it'll get to the point where it's like cohesive enough to make like a ball. That usually happens with dough, right? Like the more you work it, the more elastic it becomes. That being said, I might have to add like a little more liquid to this because it seems a little dry right now. Come on, baby. Got all this like the extra like this shit, right? That's just like, that's still not a deal. Come on, baby. Ugh. Ugh. Get in there. Still very crumbly. Maybe that was the word I was looking for. I'll still trust the process for now and just try to keep mixing it together. I don't know. Gotta form that gluten, right? Like, unironically, that's what happens when you form the dough ball and make it more elastic over time. You're forming the glutens. I only know that because I watched Binging with Babish, and obviously he must know what he's talking about, right? Obviously. I should invite Rogish for a cooking stream, get him drunk, lock him in until he shares his secrets for DPS. You know, I'm not like surprised or like offended or anything, obviously, that people like want to know how exactly that Rogish does what he does. But I do find it kind of comical whenever somebody brings up Rogish. Like, it feels like every time he comes up in any context, it's always just like, does he stream? Can you have any videos about where Rogish? Can I watch Rogish instead? Where's Rogish? Can I see Rogish's POV? I want to see what Rogish does. Everybody just cares, like, whenever in any context when they talk about Rogish, like, I just need to see what he does. I need to know his secrets. What is he doing? He must be doing something. Where's his stream? I know he's got a VOD of him playing somewhere. I know he uploaded his VOD somewhere. Where is it? Tell me, streamer. He's a real person, boys. Come on now. Real person with feelings, okay? You can't just objectify him for his fat fucking DPS, okay? There's more to Rogish than that. For example, his massive throbbing cock. He's got that too. No one ever talks about that one. Come on. Need to check him PC, yes. And his massive girthy cock at the same time, of course. For science purposes, of course. It's his fault for being shady. Yeah, I know. How dare a player choose to not upload his recordings and stream? Ugh. Can you imagine the nerve of some people to just play video games without streaming or recording? That motherfucker. How dare he be good at the game and just enjoy playing without streaming or recording? Oh, God. So annoying. How dare he not show cock on stream? True, dude. All right, I think I'm going to add a little bit more water to this. Just like, even now that I've got it into like sort of a cohesive dough ball, it's still just not very doughy. It's kind of dry, so I'm gonna just go add like a little bit more here. Not a lot. That'll moisten things up a bit, I think. Muller X says, you... Huh? Oh, you said, no! Yeah, that's fine, dude. It's not, I didn't add a shitload. I added literally just a few drops. It's fine. Don't worry about it. All right, I probably added too much water, fuck. It's a little sticky now. Let me mix this up so hopefully dump out the rest of the water in here. All right, maybe I should have added a little less water, but it's needed. I was, but it was taking too long. And now it's really like sticky, and now I should probably just add more flour. We're gonna fuck with the recipe even more and add more flour? Yep, we're gonna do that. All right. It's fine, dude. I know exactly what I'm doing. I promise. Okay. Need to knead it for 10 minutes? Motherfucker, ain't nobody got time to knead stuff for 10 minutes. All right, there's a bit more flour to, I don't know, even it out or something. Oh yeah. Because yeah, we made that way too wet. Nice. If I don't, the dough's gonna come out all crumbly. Well, that was exactly the problem, hence why I decided to add some water, all right? Shut up. Did you read the stream title? Let me cook. All right. There we go. Actually, now it's at a consistency that I actually wanted it to be at, so I think we might have just accidentally made it just about right. Someone call 911, he's having a stroke. Yeah, deep breaths. It's gonna be okay, I promise. All right. All right, now the dough is actually very pliable, so now it kind of feels like what I want it to feel like. Cool. Now it's like the consistency you'd expect out of dough. And yes, I get it. If I kept kneading the before water version, probably would have like eventually became what it is now, but like, whatever, shut up. Ugh. Yeah, boy. Yeah. I'll teach you who's father. You little fucking kids, you can't keep away and get away with this. Daddy's gonna teach you a lesson, buddy. Oh, yeah, that's right. Gonna show you some real Southern discipline. Oh. Ow. That fucking hurts. Yeah, don't pay too much attention to everything I just said. It's all a joke, okay? I'm not looking to get canceled. I don't beat my children, largely because I don't have children. That's the only reason, obviously. Oh, am I done yet? Oh, can I eat this yet? I could probably just take a bite out of this, right? There's nothing inherently poisonous about any of the ingredients that I put in here. I guess technically you're probably not supposed to eat raw flour, but like, how bad could it be, right? It's just from plants. Do I still make the golden Japanese curry? Hell yeah, dude. It's like one of my staples that I always make just for my own personal meals. I would show you the pot of it that I have on standby in my fridge, except I finished it a few days ago, so unlucky. Take a bite helps the immune system? You know what? I think I will. Yeah, well, it tastes like dough. Okay, yeah, Tastes like the combination of flour, sugar, and water. Who could have seen that coming? All right. All right, I think this is fine. I don't know. This feels properly kneaded. It's not crumbly at all. I think we're Gucci. So let's form this into a ball, and I'm assuming we're just gonna put this in the bowl and let it do its thing for a little while. Right, knead with my hands until the dough forms a smooth, soft ball. About 2 minutes, place the dough in an oiled bowl and cover with plastic wrap. Leave it room temperature until doubled in size, about 2 hours. Okay. Now, I don't know if we're gonna wait 2 hours. Basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna start prepping the chicken tikka masala marinade, and we're going to do the Saag Paneer. And at that point, once we're done with those two things, we'll just hope that it's been about 2 hours or somewhere in that neighborhood. And God, has that really actually been an hour basically since I've started stream already? Jesus Christ. Okay, well, that's fine. These first things that I sometimes do where it's just like, oh yeah, so do this little activity first, and so that way you can wait and let it do its thing while you do the rest of the stuff, I always assume like, oh, that'll take like 20 minutes. And it's already 4. Okay, that's fine. All right, let me oil this bad boy up real quick. 1 second, after I clean it. In my perfectly clean sink, of course. All right. You can accelerate the proofing process by putting it into the oven with just the oven light on. I don't think I'm using my oven for anything else today, so all right, sure. I like that tip. It's probably fine to do that and also have that be in a plastic bowl though, right? Probably. It's not gonna get that hot in there, is it? All right, sure. So let's oil her up a little bit. You're saying yes? Good enough for me. Seems like more than enough oil right there. By the way, I saw, I think, a comment earlier saying that, like, oh, wow, I can't wait to watch Dali try to make bread for the first time ever. I guess I've technically, well, I mean, I have made Irish soda bread before, so I mean, that was a thing, but admittedly, we didn't ever have that rise, like, we didn't use any yeast in that, but for what it's worth, I've done pizza dough. And I know that's not exactly like a traditional loaf of bread, but I've done pizza dough in a way where I used yeast and had to let it rise for a while, so I've done this process before. Okay. So, I don't know, let that do its thing, I guess. Let's put some plastic wrap over like it said. Okay. Well, I don't think this plastic wrap is wide enough to really cover this entire bowl, but we'll try our best. All right, whatever, close enough. Actually, no, never mind, just barely gets coverage. All right. And then I guess into the oven to proof it goes? Sure. What's the point of the plastic? I've never actually understood this part. Like, usually stuff will have you either cover it with like plastic wrap or sometimes a, Can I tape this? Is that allowed? Because that's not really like airtight. Usually you cover it with plastic wrap or like a wet towel or a damp towel. Is it just like to retain moisture, I guess? Is that all it is? All right. I don't think I'm using my oven for anything else today. I think everything else is just done over the stove, so I think it's fine that we use the oven for this. So the dough doesn't dry out. Gotcha. Yeah, so because of that, I guess it's maybe a little concerning. That's like, I don't exactly have like what you'd consider an airtight seal or anything on here, but I'm assuming it doesn't have to be airtight, just like relatively, I don't know, taut, if you will. Sure, whatever, that's fine. Okay, so in she goes. And like you said, just put the light on? All right, sure. Good enough for me. So I'm not really gonna time it. I guess we just know that it's 4 o'clock my time right now, so in theory it'll be about 2 hours when we hit 6 o'clock. Might end up taking it out earlier than that, especially if I'm trying to like speed up the process like this, but we'll see, we'll see. Let's finish this off, shall we? All right. A cloth works just as well. Yeah, I've used that before too, a damp cloth, but my issue with that is that I don't want to like get one of my kitchen towels soaked and have to not have a kitchen towel available to me after this. All right, let's move on to the tikka masala. Actually, before I do that, we're gonna brew some more chai tea. Fuck it. Let me get the tea water going again. Prep another tea bag. We might add a little bit more knob to this next one as well. I don't know, we'll see. If we're feeling extra spicy. Yeah. Okay. So, for the chicken tikka masala, which once again, if you want to see the recipe we're using, just do !recipe in the chat. This one, I was like, when I originally read this recipe, I was thinking like, oh, so I can make like chicken tikka masala plus something else in one stream. But then like, when I looked at this recipe, I realized like, holy shit, there's like a lot of steps here, and it looks like a lot of ingredients. It looks like it's gonna take forever. So we're actually just gonna solely do this tomorrow. But first, we gotta make the marinade. So we're gonna make the marinade today. Let's have this start marinating, so that way tomorrow we can, after it's done marinating, then we can actually do the entire cooking process. So, let's start with the marinade, shall we? Supposed to cube our chicken into 1 to 1.5 inch pieces, add them to a mixing bowl, make sure there's no excess moisture in our chicken. We may pat dry with a few kitchen tissues. Okay, so let's start with the chicken, I guess. You know, it just occurred to me, I really actually probably could have just used this bowl for the, because like that bowl that we just put in the oven's way too big for what the purposes we needed it for. I should have just used this bowl for the dough, but oh well. I think this will fit all of our chicken, maybe. Hope so. Hey, what's up? Woody X coming out with a tier 1 sub now for 25 months. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets and a Doritos fund. All right. The water's ready. Nice. More delicious chai tea. Oh shit, I need to get sweetener though. Oh. Can't have chai tea without a little bit of powdered cancer in there as well. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes. There's no denying when you put it in this, when you make it in this tiny ass little mug, it makes it super strong. I'm a fan of that. I've never understood people who are like, oh, don't leave it in the tea bag for too long and make the tea too strong. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the stronger the tea, the better. I've never had a tea where it's just like, oh, whoa, that's too much. I can't handle that. Everyone besides me, I guess, is just a giant wuss when it comes to their tea. I don't know. Let that do its thing for a bit. Okay, so for the tikka masala, let's get the chicken out first and start cubing that up, I guess. This calls for either chicken breasts or chicken thighs. Being the fitness enjoyer that I am, I opted for the breast. I understand that like the thighs might taste a little better, but chicken breast, especially when cooked in something in a sauce or liquidy and when it's got marinade, is fine. I would say that chicken breast, it's pretty dry and pretty chewy on its own, but like when combined with a bunch of other stuff, especially in like a stew or in this case the sauce or whatever, normally fine. So I'm not too worried about it. Opt for the breast. I mean, I am a breast enjoyer after all. Thighs, like, they're fine and all, but they don't really do it for me like breasts do, you know? Boys, right? Talking about chicken, in case you're wondering, obviously. Fat is flavor. Yeah, but like there'll be other sources of fat in this that we'll be adding eventually. Like it's gonna have some heavy cream in there, and it'll have something else, some oil and shit. So it's fine, dude. And if anything, I'll be consuming this myself over the course of the next how long it takes to eat, maybe a week or something. So I want to make sure that it's something that's like macro friendly for all my fitness enjoyers out there. You know what I'm talking about, right? Gotta pump that protein, limit the fats, limit the carbs, blah, blah, blah. All right, so I actually got chicken breast tenderloins, but I don't think that really matters. It's all just chicken breast at the end of the day. So it said 1 inch to 1.5 inch cube. So I guess cubing is a little bit more difficult when it's tenderloins, but whatever. That's about what it's asking for, right? Sure. There we go. As long as we get approximately correct sizes, I don't really think it matters what the shape is. Even if it's not a cube, I think it's going to be fine. Oh, ah. That wet tissue under the board is legit 200 IQ. Dude, that's something I learned from binging with Babish. Which I know I always bring it up when it comes to my cooking streams, but like, I feel like I learned half of my cooking super secret tips from him. So yeah, when you put the wet paper towel underneath the cutting board, it means it doesn't slide around. Like you can't like easily just slide it now. Like now you can just like, right, and it doesn't slide everywhere. So yeah, it's 5-head for sure. It works brilliantly, and it makes cutting anything on a cutting board a hell of a lot easier. So yeah, literally always do that every time I use a cutting board now. By the way, this is 1.1 pounds of chicken. I think actually in this package it was 1.2, but whatever, close enough. So that's how much chicken we're using in this. That's fine right there. Now, eventually what we're going to do with this, and this part doesn't come till tomorrow, we're going to skewer this and we're going to bake these in the oven for, I don't know how. In fact, I think we're actually going to broil them in the oven. I think it's a combination of baking and broiling, but we're going to skewer these and have these like skewered over a little metal tray so that way they can kind of almost like roast instead of bake, if you will. Okay, that's a tiny ass little piece right there. All right. Yeah, I guess it occurred to me that maybe if I had gotten breast instead of the tenderloins, I guess that meant that it'd been probably easier to put on a skewer later, but whatever. These are still a size that can be relatively easily skewered, I think. I hope, maybe. Probably. Yeah, it'll be fine. Okay. I will say it's easier to chop up, though, when it's tenderloins instead of breasts, so... Okay, cool. Oh. So we did that. Make sure there's no excess moisture in our chicken. If we want, we may pat dry with a few kitchen tissues. Okay. I will take the bait on that one and use some paper towels for that, I guess, real quick, because nobody likes their, no one wants their cocks to be too wet, you know, right? You want your cock moist, but if it's just straight up drenched, then that can get unpleasant very quickly. I mean, this is actually fine. It's not really all that wet. But I couldn't help do this anyways, just for the sake of the joke. Nothing but the most mature humor here on twitch.tv/SalvDali, of course. Okay. Let's pat this shit dry. Come on. 24-hour cooking stream? No, it's going to be a two-parter, though. We are going to do one today and then one tomorrow as well. So the chicken tikka masala that we're prepping right now, we're just making the marinade, and then we're going to have that marinade overnight, and then we'll actually make the tikka... Oop, forgot one. We'll make the tikka masala tomorrow. Okay. Seems good to me. Yeah, we got the bowl one. We got the bowl one. That was a test chat, and you passed. Okay. I assume I keep this in a bowl, right? If I want to... Okay. Wait. Come on. Come on. I don't want any paper towel in here, just chicken, please. Come on. Come on. Alright, my method of putting this back in the bowl admittedly could have been a bit smarter. Come on. Alright. So basically what we're going to do is, I think we're just going to add all of the stuff into this bowl, and I guess just, well, in theory, I guess it'd be... I don't want it to marinate in the bowl, not because there'd be a problem for it to marinate in the bowl, but simply because I want to be able to use this bowl for something else later. So maybe I should put this actually in a plastic bag, maybe like a plastic Ziploc. That might actually be the play. Yeah, because this says, eventually, yes, cover the bowl with plastic wrap and refrigerate. So, okay, let's actually put this in a Ziploc bag, or maybe two. Yes. So, got some bags. I'm going to go with 2 gallon bags is probably the play. Great value, of course. Well, okay, shit. Actually, no, let's combine the stuff in the bowl first so that we can make the full marinade, because I don't have to worry about like adding the ingredients to 2 different bags. That'd be weird. We'll just add like once they're marinated to the bags. That'll work. All right, so we're going to add chili powder, garam masala, cumin powder, coriander powder, turmeric, salt, lemon juice, oil, ginger, garlic paste, yogurt. Oh shit, we're gonna have to make the ginger garlic paste now, huh? Fuck! Thought I'd have to make that tomorrow. Alright, I can make it now, fuck it, okay. Yeah, so one thing that this recipe calls for is ginger garlic paste, and that is something that the recipe says, like, well, you can just buy that in a jar in a store, or you can make it yourself, and I was like, okay, you know what, that'll be something that I guess we can make during the stream, like, so that way we can have some extra time and extra stuff to do during the chicken tikka masala stream. So I kind of planned on making this tomorrow, only now to realize that we actually need it for today's marinade, which means that we're not going to make that tomorrow, which means today's stream will be longer and tomorrow's stream will be shorter. But alright, whatever, fuck it, sure. Now I'm realizing, where the fuck is the recipe? There it is. Alright, fuck it, we're going to make some garlic paste now. Wasn't planning on doing this today. Might be a bit of a peepo girthy stream, but sure, fine. So we're gonna make a half recipe of this as well because we don't need a metric fuckload. So we need 125 grams of ginger, 125 grams of garlic, and a tablespoon of oil. And an optional half teaspoon of turmeric. Okay. So let's prep the ginger and the garlic, I guess. Now, I'm gonna, like I said, try to make a half recipe. So because of that, I bought ginger that I kind of had to eyeball it because I can't really know the exact volume of the ginger before I get it. So, all right, I should probably wash this cutting boards because, you know, raw chicken and all. So anyways, we're just gonna have to YOLO the amount of ginger we use. Get the job done, right? Now, I have cooked with ginger before, I've worked with ginger before, but I always forget this part. How do we get the skin off? Do we just use like what you'd use for like a potato peeler? And does that work? Will that work the same way? Because I got that. This'll work, right? Probably. Use a spoon? Does this not work? That'll work. That worked perfectly. Yeah, let's just use that. Fuck it. Modern problems require modern solutions. I think last time I had to peel the ginger, I did use a spoon. And I think it worked fine-ish, but it definitely was difficult to get like all of the skin off. Whereas this time around, like, why not just use this? It's so much easier. And works even better. Bro. Yeah, this works perfectly, dude. Now, we're not going to use this entire thing of ginger for the ginger garlic paste we're about to make, because we also need some ginger for the other recipe that we're doing today. I know we need approximately a tablespoon of ginger for the other part, so here's the eyeballing parts. The question is, what is a tablespoon of ginger? Probably about this. That's fine. Yep, smells like ginger. And then we'll use the rest of this for the paste that we're about to make. Okay. Yeah, the potato peeler, that's BIS for peeling ginger. Ain't no way I'm ever using a spoon for that ever again. Okay. So we got the ginger. Rinse the ginger under running water, pat dry, peel it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever, already peeled it. Chop to 1/2 to 1 inch pieces. Okay. As in like, just like cube this, or? Okay. So probably just like, it's probably fine right here. We're gonna ultimately, spoiler alert, throw this in a blender, so it doesn't really matter, I guess, what the exact size is. Eventually it's gonna be blended anyways. With our fancy new blender that we got for the Eclipse cooking stream, of course. Wow. Okay. The rest of this ginger, I guess I'll just put back in the fridge for now and have this off to the side. Okay, so we got that, and then the garlic, which supposed to use 125 grams of garlic. Brother, what the fuck is a gram? Let's just try to get the equivalent amount of cloves. So we're gonna use like a shitload of garlic cloves, I guess, but that's okay. I got plenty of garlic on me, so we're just gonna eyeball this. Whatever, dude. Hey, what's up, Bean Amin coming in hot with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, and Cooking Stream Fund. Oh shit. Thanks for hanging out. Glad you're enjoying. Ugh, that doesn't look so good. I don't know what happened to this garlic clove, but I'm gonna go and say that one's probably a no bueno. And not to worry, I've got another clove after this one, so if you're worried I'm gonna run out, should be okay. Okay. But I think using basically just the entire rest of this little garlic thingy, whatever you want to call this, should be about the same as this amount of ginger, so I think we just go with this. What am I supposed to do with this garlic, by the way? Do I chop it, or can I mince it, or? I'm kind of just hoping I can use the garlic crusher, because that makes it a hell of a lot faster and a hell of a lot easier. And yes, I can do this with a knife. It always feels like it takes me forever to do garlic with a knife. All right, yeah, whatever. Let's use the entire rest of this little thing. That's fine. All right. All right, please tell me I can just use the garlic mincer. Or crusher, or whatever. All right, so this says, cut off both of them, peel the garlic and also add them in a giant box or tight lid, cover the jar, shake it vigorously, Okay, so this is saying you can also add these to a box or a tight lid container, cover the jar and shake it vigorously for a minute. You'll see the skin of the garlic loosen or come off. This tip only works with certain kinds of garlic. I don't believe for a fucking second that's gonna work on these, but now I'm curious, so fuck it, let's give it a shot. Yes, I know that you can do the smash with the knife method. I always do that and it works with varying results, but I've never tried this before. I've never seen a recipe suggest like, oh, just shake it in a container and just, that's a nasty ass lid, I gotta wash that. I'm just curious, all right, fuck it. Okay, is that enough? Is that a minute yet? I don't know when to stop. Not long enough? Yeah, unfortunately, only Rogue just has one that's long enough, but what can you do? Definitely a nice little musical instrument. I feel like there should be accompanied by like some screamo music. Like, okay, it's gotta be done. Ain't no way like that's not gonna do the trick if that's how to do it. Oh look, the skins aren't coming off at all. I managed to bruise a piece maybe, but I'm gonna go out and say that that didn't do jack shit, ladies and gentlemen. So evidently this is not the type of garlic where you can do that and have that work. Oh well, worth a shot.
What a fucking liar, dude.
Yeah, no.
What a fucking
Weasley little liar, dude. At least it got some of the excess skin off. That's nice. Oh well, worth a shot. All right, well, fuck. Let's just do this the old-fashioned way then. All right, all right. I mean, it feels like you guys are kind of high up. Let me bring you down a little bit. That way you can have Dick Cam as well. And Joel Cam, hey buddy. All right. Ugh. Ugh. This always feels so paranoid. I'm always paranoid about this when I'm pressing on the knife. Feels like I'm just begging to somehow cut my hand. Oi, come on. Oi. Do it sideways? Whoa. It's fine, it's working. These smaller ones are always a pain in the ass, though. Oy. Okay. Now we use our fingies for the rest of this. Got a meat mallet for tenderizing, just slam it with that. I actually do. Shit, I wish I could have tried that before I did these, but we will have to do another round of garlic for the other stuff later, so maybe, I do have the meat tenderizer. It's the one that I bought for der Schnitzel, yeah, when we did the Oktoberfest stream, so, okay. I like that tip. We'll try that one next. But it's okay. The knife method works fine. Still takes a while, especially when you're working with this many cloves of garlic. Okay, clove one. I wonder how fast a professional chef can do this. I know we've got like Humie in here, right? When you need to like basically take an entire thing of garlic out of the little bell of garlic that you have originally. How long does it take you from start to finish where like all the garlic is completely out and peeled? I had to guess probably no more than a minute. But for me, yeah, my clueless ass probably, I don't know, this process usually takes at least like 10 minutes, it feels like. Cooking level up to 75. Yeah, did I get any extra skill points for shaking it in that little plastic container there for a bit? Surely that's gotta be worth something, right? Like 3 minutes? Longer than 1 minute? Okay, 3 minutes is still pretty damn impressive. That's still way faster than I can do it, that's for sure. Imagine not being able to do it in under a minute. Unbelievable. And he calls himself a chef. Oh, that one was easy. Okay. Oh yeah, well, I've got my tea just sitting here, just going cold. Let me drink a little bit so we got space in the little mini mug to add the knob. Ah, yes. Any knob enjoyers in the chat? Nothing wrong with knobbing it up a little bit. All right, all right. Very sophisticated, of course. Cheers, chat. Oh, okay. Made that a little stronger than the last one. Hey, Jesus. Okay, yeah. That much garlic peelings deserves a little swig? Yeah, I agree, dude. I love garlic, don't get me wrong, but man, working with it's very annoying. I prefer other, like ginger's easy, right? You just get the potato peeler, boom, it's peeled. All right, cool, it's done. Garlic is so much more finicky. But it is also delicious, so I suppose it's worth the extra work. All right, this one was pretty easy. This one just kind of got mangled with the knife crush, so that one kind of just came right off. That's nice, that's nice. Oh, did I miss a part? No, we're good. Oh. I find that if you chop it up first, then peel it easier, or, wait, okay, chop it up first, then peel it's easier? As in, like, you know, you would take just like the whole clove, chop it first, and then you peel it like after it's chopped? I mean, I guess I've never tried, but that just sounds annoying to me, because then wouldn't you just have like a bunch of little tiny little bits of skin on there that'd be like annoying to like individually peel off one by one? Or am I missing something here? Yeah, this one needs to be crushed a little bit more, I think. Hoo-yee! There we go. Putting a smidge of oil on your fingertips helps with the peel sticking to your hands. Not a bad tip, but then you get your hands all oily, which is annoying on its own. It's fine, it's fine. We're almost done here, actually. Normally the garlic process goes slower for me than this, so this is actually pretty good, chat. I think I've had enough practice at this point with garlic to have gotten at least barely competent with it, as opposed to in previous cooking streams where it's taken me like, this process has taken me like, literally, I shit you not, like 20 minutes. This time around it probably only took me 10. Yay. Okay. Okay. Come on, baby. Come on. All right. Nice. All right, that's not so bad. Got it. So yeah, we didn't measure these at all, but this looks like a similar quantity of garlic and ginger, right? Looks about equal. Close enough. Doesn't have to be an exact science. All right, so let's go back to the recipe here. So did that. How to make ginger garlic paste. Add the ginger, garlic, and oil to a grinder/blender jar. Blend well until smooth and light in color. Scrape off the sides and repeat blending until you see a smooth mixture. All right, I can do that. Let's bust out our blender that we used originally for the Huevos Rancheros stream. Streamer, you're pronouncing Huevos Rancheros wrong. Okay, look, if I try to pronounce it in the super, like, authentic way, it feels racist. If I just say it the super white person way, at that point it just feels ignorant. It doesn't feel as bad. Then I can at least just reinforce stereotypes about myself and not others. So I can just call them Huevos Rancheros, brother. Yes, sir. All right. Put this up here for now. Okay, so it add, we said to add what? All the garlic. All the ginger, and we're making half a recipe, so let me make sure I add the appropriate amount of oil here. And okay, so the whole recipe is 1 tablespoon of oil, so I guess it's only gonna be a half tablespoon? That seems like not a lot, but okay. I guess there's some juices inside the ginger and garlic that'll help it become a paste. I guess that occurred to me. Okay. Doesn't really specify what oil to use. I guess the recipe says he used organic refined coconut oil. Yeah, I'm nowhere near that bougie, so we're not gonna do that, but I have vegetable oil. And then it also says a optional, I guess in this case, 1/4 teaspoon of turmeric, which is almost nothing, but fuck it. If we want to go authentic Indian, then you just gotta add turmeric to literally everything, right? So, I gotta give it a nice little bright yellow color. Great value, of course. I'm not gonna bother measuring this. I'll just go like, Okay, little goes a long way with turmeric. And I don't know, let's blend it up, see what happens. Where's the beer? We have whiskey-infused chai tea instead. Cheers. Oh, or really, it feels like it's more like chai tea-infused whiskey, but either way, tasty. All right, chat, cover your ears. Prepare for some ear rape. Shit, maybe I should pulse this. Yeah, I like that better. All right, yeah, we're definitely gonna need to kind of. Whew, that smells garlicky and gingery, all right. God damn. Help this along a little bit here. Obviously a food processor would do this job better, but I don't own a food processor, so you're just gonna have to live with the ghetto-ass blender instead. Man, it just feels like there's not nearly enough oil to make this into a paste, but I guess we just gotta hashtag trust the process here, huh? Ugh, this is gonna be constantly annoying having because what's happening is it gets stuck to the side, right? So it gets away from the blades that causes it to not be able to blend enough. Ideally this is more, it's not liquidy enough is the problem. I mean, I know it's gonna get more liquidy as it becomes more of a paste, but I'm concerned that it's not, frankly, it probably would have been fine had I used the full recipe because then there'd be more to cover the blade, but now there's not enough to always cover the blade. I mean, it's very slowly working. You can see it's becoming more and more, I guess, crushed, but I wouldn't call it ideal. I tilt this. Is that safe? Whoa! Maybe add a little water or oil. I don't want to make it ultra oily, but yeah, maybe a little bit of extra oil. And yes, I'm aware that food processor would do this better, but I'm not gonna buy a food processor and use it once a month, to be honest. I'm gonna add a tiny bit more oil. Just a smidge. See if that helps. Come on. Come on. Oh, God, this is tedious. Problem is I don't have enough to make a full recipe. I didn't buy enough ginger, so it's not like we can just, oh, that's okay, we'll just add the extra that we didn't do before. I mean, very slowly but surely it's working, but at the rate we're going, it's gonna take a while. Have any lime or lemon juice, perhaps? I mean, yes, I've got lemon juice, but what is that gonna do? Send it fully. Yeah, here's the problem. So here's what happens, right? It gets stuck to the side like this, so it's just the blades don't hit anything and then it doesn't do anything. Make it more cohesive without using oil. I mean, yeah, I've got a lemon. We're gonna use that for something later in the recipe, but we don't need all of it. So, I mean, I could, but I don't want to ruin the taste of whatever we're making here just by adding lemon that's not supposed to be in here, ideally. Although I think this recipe later does call for lemon, so I mean, I guess we could add some. It's probably not the end of the world, but... Oh god, you get like one pulse and then it's just like immediately not touching the blades anymore. Buddy! Alright, fuck it, chat. We're just gonna have to do this like the really, really slow, tedious way. I don't think there's any other way around this. Water? Well, I don't want to like water this down either. But at the same time, yeah, this is gonna take fucking forever, man. Alright, yeah, we're gonna add a little water. Needs liquid, I agree. I don't want to ruin it though, but... Okay, so I got some water in there. I mean, this will probably end up being watery than it's supposed to be, but at the end of the day, I guess it'll still taste the same. Alright, that did help a little bit. Once it gets pasty enough to be more of a liquid, then it should be fine, because then gravity will do the trick, but still getting there. Adding water to oil? What's wrong with that? I'm sure it's fine. Oh my god. Alright, well, it's getting more pasty, I'll say that. Give it a little, give this another like 5 minutes of doing this, and we'll probably get something that we're looking for. Keep in mind, by the way, what we're making right here is not even going to be used in our food that we're ultimately going to eat today. This is something for tomorrow. And I thought I was going to have to, I thought I'd be going through this process tomorrow, not today, so. Yeah, this is a bit of a roadblock in the stream that I didn't foresee today, but it is what it is. Oh my god, man. I think we still need more liquid in here. It's going to get there eventually, but yeah, okay. A little bit more. Get in there, motherfucker. Come on. Come on. Need you nice and moist, please. You know what the irony, too, of this entire recipe is? We're only using like a tablespoon of this paste that we're making. All the rest we're not even actually using for this recipe. The funny thing is, so I went to the Indian grocery store yesterday to get some ingredients for the stream today. And the funny thing is, I saw a jar of this stuff, and I was like, huh, I could actually just buy the jar, because the recipe says like, you can make it yourself, or you can just buy the jar or whatever. And I was like, nah, let's do this legit, right? Let's do it more authentic. I'll make it myself. I should have just bought the fucking jar. God damn it, dude. Oh well. Okay, there we go. Now it's like it's resettling at the bottom. It's becoming more gruesome inside here, but there we go. Now it's actually working. That's what we want to see right there. Okay, okay. Now, I'm sure it's more liquidy than ideally you want it to be, but it's still going to taste fine. It's ginger and garlic. It's not that like the flavors are going to be weakened to the point where you can't taste it, right? Both being very intense flavors. Back down the sides. Come on now. Come on now. Now, because we did water it down, we'll probably add more to the recipe than it calls for, right? Since it's, I guess, maybe not quite as concentrated as it normally would be. So maybe we'll just use like 2 tablespoons instead of 1. Maybe 1.5. Don't want to go overboard on the ginger. I'm not really a huge ginger fan, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't hate it, but it's not really something I ever go out of my way to add to stuff. So I don't want to like overpower this dish with ginger. Gentlemen, start your engines. Okay, I think we're just gonna call this good enough. That looks like yellow garlic and ginger paste to me, right? Sure, okay, cool, we're done, fuck it. That was annoying. And a lot of work for something I could have bought for like $2 at the store, but oh well. Surely it's gonna taste better because I made it homemade, right? Surely. That deserves a little sip of Nabrit. All right. Thank you, Mr. Blender. Much appreciated. So, next up, that's, by the way, this is just the part that we're adding to the marinating the chicken, so that's what this entire process was for. Let's reset up our cutting board. Okay. What are we doing next? All right, so we have the red chili powder, garam masala, cumin powder, coriander powder, turmeric, salt, lemon oil, or lemon juice, oil, ginger, garlic paste that we now have, yogurt, and kasuri methi. Skip the lemon juice if my yogurt is sour. I haven't tested if my yogurt is sour, but let's find out. Am I using regular yogurt or Greek? Greek, okay. It specifically says to use the Greek yogurt in the hung curd version. I don't know how hung my Greek yogurt is, but we're just gonna go with the what we have. All right, so let's get all that shit out. All right, where's my hung curds? There you are. Great value, of course. And then we need chili powder. Okay. Great value, of course. We need coriander and turmeric. Both great value, of course. You're noticing a theme here, probably. Salts. Yes, that's right. It is great value. All right. Lemon juice. Okay, so we don't have lemon juice, but we have a lemon in which we will squeeze the juice out of. Where the fuck did I put my lemon? Actually, I got an older lemon, actually, that I probably should use. Oh, I've already squeezed this a little bit. I made some sour old fashions a few nights ago, but how much do I need? It's probably not that much, right? 1 tablespoon of lemon juice. I can probably get a tablespoon out of here. We'll see. I can always cut up the new lemon if I really have to, but just go with this. Okay, and then oil, which is 1 tablespoon. It says mustard oil. I don't have mustard oil, so we'll just go with regular oil. Although we actually added some oil to the... Nah, whatever. We'll just add more oil. It's not a big deal. Okay, and the kasuri methi. Now you might be wondering, what the fuck is kasuri methi? I thought the same thing when I read the recipe, but when I went to the Indian grocery store, I just saw something on the shelf that said, oh, kasuri methi. Sure. Now, you know the place that you go to is legit and authentic when you got a motherfucking magic lamp on the bag that they put it in. And it says on the side here, and the text says, Cow Toe Jang, Jono, exclamation point. What more needs to be said? I agree. So anyways, kasuri methi is apparently, according to this at least, fenugreek seeds. Sure. I don't know what those are, but they look kind of like crunchy and almost like little mini peanuts, like dried peanuts, so it's tasty. Why not? I'm assuming it's gonna add some crunch, some texture to that. And then finally the garam masala, and this is barely just like a powder that's a bunch of like mix of like different ingredients. See if I can see on the back here what actually is in here. It is well, it's an all-purpose spice blend for garnishing curries. Sure. I don't exactly know what's in here, but it's probably just a bunch of, I don't know, Indian stuff. Sure. So you can Google if you want to. Whatever. All right. So, that's Indian for full fucking bis. I don't care what it takes. Indian meth. Oh my. All right, so red chili powder. How much of these, each ones do we need here? Let me see. All right, now the recipe actually technically calls for Kashmiri red chili powder and not regular red chili powder. But when I looked this up on Reddit just to see like, okay, what the fuck is this? I found a bunch of Indian, or well, at least people claiming to be Indian people that said Kashmiri red chili powder is really not all that special, and it doesn't really add anything extra to the dish, I've noticed, so I would just skip out on it. Just use regular chili powder, that works fine. So I was like, okay, sure. So we just got the regular shit. I did see the Kashmiri stuff at the store yesterday, but I was like, well, I'm not gonna waste money on this if I don't really truly need it, and I'm not gonna use it after the stream, so I don't wanna just like buy this entire package and never use it, so. We're going with regular chili powder, fuck it. It says half to 1 teaspoon. Use less for low heat. I'm a heat enjoyer, so we're gonna use a full teaspoon of that one. Yeah. Okay. Then a teaspoon of this garam masala. Now, actually, every single recipe that we're making uses this garam masala at some point. So we're not using it just for this. Well, I don't think the naan uses it, but I think the paneer is going to use it like more than once, or one of these uses this more than once. Shan, sure. Kind of annoying that I couldn't find one that came in like a jar or something like you could reseal, which is kind of annoying, but oh well, I guess I'll just kind of try my best to roll this package up and call that good enough. Let me see what this smells like. This does remind me of something. What does this remind me of? Kind of just smells like what's this? There's another spice that this smells like. Hold on, let me look at my spice cabinet. If I just look at the spices I have, I'll remember it at some point. Does it smell like nutmeg? Is that what it is? No, not really. Hold on, Chad, I'll find it. Does it smell like ooh, maybe it's cumin. Yeah, okay, you know what? This smells like cumin. I bet this is made using cumin, which is weird because this recipe also just calls for cumin on its own. Alright. Wait, do we use the cumin in the, part of the marinade? The answer is no. Yes, okay. Sure. I think masala literally just means spice. Yeah, I saw a whole bunch of like masalas at the Indian grocery stores. It was always just something masala. So yeah, that must mean spice, and then like the first part of the name is like whatever type of spice it is. So I don't know what garam is, but we're using it. So anyways, 1 teaspoon of this shite. Wash this off real quick. Sure. A little extra for good luck. Okay. And then 1/4 of a teaspoon of turmeric. That's almost nothing, but I guess once again, a little bit of turmeric goes a long way, right? I'm not even bother measuring that. We're just gonna kind of eyeball that. 1/4 of a tea. It's gonna in little chunks. Let me powderize that. There we go. 1/4 of a teaspoon, probably like that. Okay. All right, and then a teaspoon of a coriander powder. Now, there's a whole bunch of spices that I think I bought back for like the Thai cooking stream that I've never used since then. This being one of them, but I'm glad I finally got to use it again for something. Was it the Thai? It was for one of like it must have been the Thai stream. Because I've got like I've got my regular spice cabinet filled with spices that I use all the time. And then I've got like a secondary cabinet of spices I've collected over time doing cooking streams that I never use ever, so. I finally got to bust into my unused spice cabinet for stuff for this recipe, so that's nice. Does it call for spice melange? It does not, and I have no idea what that is, so thankfully I guess no. All right, and then 1/2 teaspoon of cumin, as my dad would call it. Questionable. My 1/2 teaspoon measure. Did I use? Oh, here it is. I will say this is already kind of like the color you'd expect out of chicken tikka masala. I mean, eventually we'll add like tomatoes and shit tomorrow, but still like the reddish, orangish color is exactly what you'd expect, right? Okay, we've successfully cumed into our chicken. 1/2 teaspoon of salt. I am in fact a salt enjoyer. No issues adding some here. All right. Tablespoon of lemon juice. So let's see if we can squeeze a tablespoon out of this shit. Not really, well, the problem is I can't really squeeze this in. Okay, we're just gonna YOLO this, and we'll just like see if this ends up feeling like a tablespoon. Oh, definitely just put a seed in there. All right. Oh, get out of there. Oh yeah, now I remember the method. You gotta like squeeze it through your fingers, right? Is this a tablespoon? This doesn't feel like a full tablespoon. Might have to bust out the other lemon, TBH. Yeah, I'm gonna bust out the other lemon. That's all right. That's why I bought a separate one. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. Where the fuck are you? There we go. Yeah. Great value, of course. Okay, it's not, but it was bought from Walmart, in case you were wondering. Okay, yeah, whatever. Now, this will probably be overkill and more lemon than I need, but oh well. Once again, just gonna kind of eyeball it. Alright, that feels like it's definitely gotta be around a tablespoon. Okay. That will do, pig, that will do. Alright, up next is the Kasuri Methi. Okay, add a little meth to our little mixture here. Cool. These, once again, are the fenugreek seeds. I have no idea what a fenugreek is, but it's just a bunch of little tiny dried seeds, so, sure. Let me taste some of these. I'm assuming these are fine to eat raw, right? Probably. It says on the back, satisfaction guaranteed. If not fully satisfied, please return merchandise to the place of purchase or to distribute for full refund with receipts. Okay. So basically what that means is if I horribly fuck up this dish and it tastes disgusting, I can take this back and be like, sir, this did not make my dish taste good, so I'd like my $4 back, please. Thank you, thank you. All right, let me, what does this stuff taste like? Let's see. Oh, it's very hard. Alright, yeah, probably meant to not be consumed raw. It's rather dry and crunchy. Okay, we're gonna spit that out. I thought it'd be more like peanuts, not like that. Turns out, meant to be cooked, huh? It's like eating pebbles. Alright, well, anyways. How much of this do we need? A tablespoon, sure. It's like, it literally sounds like little mini pebbles when you stick the thing in there. I assume they will soften up as they cook and get moisturized by the other shit in there. Hope so, at least. Alright, and then a tablespoon of our ginger garlic paste that we just made. Now I'll do a little bit more than a tablespoon just because we did kind of water it down more than the recipe called for. So there's a little more than a tablespoon there. Let's add a tiny bit extra. There we go. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with the rest of this. I don't want to waste it, but at the same time, I'm not really sure what I'd use it for. I'll figure that out later. Nope. Okay, and I think that's it. Oh, no, a tablespoon of oil. Okay. Now, we technically already added some oil to the ginger garlic paste, but it wasn't a lot, so I don't think we need to put too much less than just the tablespoon in here. A tiny bit more. All right, now we mix her up. I guess I could use my hands, but that feels messy, so I'm just gonna use a fork, I guess. Right? Oh wait, no, hold on, we're not actually done. I gotta do the yogurt. Oh shit. Okay, yogurt, yeah. Wants me to do half a cup, I believe, and I don't know exactly what this little packaging mini cup here is, but I assume it's like, yeah, it's probably close enough to half a cup, whatever. Can't be too far off, right? It's apparently 5.3 ounces. I don't know, is that half a cup? I know, that's weight. It doesn't even say what the volume is, does it? Nope. Oh well, this is basically half a cup, right? It's damn close. Sure. Okay. Can't let anything go to waste, of course. Yep, that's Greek yogurt, all right. You want to wash that off real quick? All right. Now we mix her up. All right, cool. And once this is all mixed up and nice and homogeneous, we'll toss these into the Ziploc bags and just start letting them marinate. Gotta say, it doesn't look particularly appealing when you just mix it up like this, but I trust that once we bake it in the oven tomorrow, it's gonna taste just fine. It certainly is nice and slimy at the moment. What does it smell like? Smells pretty good. I mean, this is gonna sound really stupid, but like it smells like the combination of all the ingredients we just added to the chicken. Surprise, surprise, right? Trying to like smell this as if it like reminds me of something. Unsurprisingly, the turmeric is definitely what's coming through the strongest since it's such a strong spice. Not a bad smell. Okay, there we go. Now, the recipe says just leave it in the bowl and let it marinate in the bowl, but I'm gonna let this... Yeah, I mean, like, it would be better to marinate this in the bowl just because, like, then you could not really lose any of the sauce or whatever you want to call this, the marinade, like, once you take it out tomorrow. Like, whereas, like, in the bag, you'll lose a lot just, like, it's sticking to the side. But that being said, I do want to have my bowl, like, for later use today for today's stream, so I don't really just want to use this bowl for marinating. Yeah, I mean, I agree, yeah, like, a lot of the marinade would get wasted in the bag, but, like... I don't really have... Well, okay. I do have, I guess, a plastic Tupperware tub I could use. I'm not really going to use this today at all, so maybe I'll just use this. This will work probably, right? All right, let's go with this. That'll work. That should prevent the problem, I guess, of the marinade being wasted. Sure. Get all that good shit in there. Come on. Ah. Okay, perfect. Best of both worlds. Now it's going to marinate better and not going to waste as much marinade, and we'll still have our bowl ready for use later in the stream. Cool. All right. See? Back to looking brand new. All right. So, let me spread this out nice and evenly in here, and then we're going to toss that in the fridge and just let it do its thing. This is the only part of the chicken tikka masala that we're doing today. It's just the making the marinade and putting the chicken in the marinade. The rest we are going to do tomorrow is the plan. Just make sure like all the chicken pieces are nice and covered here. I guess, well, shit, I just touched raw chicken with this. Otherwise, I should have tasted the marinade paste, but raw chicken means probably no bueno. All right, all right. And as much as I love doing stupid, dumb shit on these cooking streams, I don't want to give myself salmonella poisoning, so we are going to not lick the raw chicken paste. Okay, into the fridge you go. All right, cool. And now we can start working on the dish we're actually going to be eating today. Let's start working on the Saag Paneer, shall we? For those that want the recipe for that we're about to make, once again, just do !menu in the chats. And for those that missed the start of the stream, Saag Paneer is, if you've been to an Indian restaurant, you know what it is, even if you don't necessarily know the name. It's that dish with like the spinach, like the creamy spinach dish that has like little chunks of what looks like a cross between cheese and tofu in there. It's that one. We're making that one. And according to the recipe, it's an easy recipe to make. It's the easy difficulty. So how could I possibly fuck it up, right? Yeah. What do I do with this ginger garlic paste, by the way? I mean, like I said, it feels like it's weird to just let it go to waste, but at the same time, like, I don't think I'm gonna use this for anything. Because this is like really powerful, concentrated, like ginger garlic, like pure uncooked ginger garlic, so it's gonna have a really strong flavor. Absolutely no idea what I'd use this for, or how even I'd store this, frankly. Mix it into my cocktail. I am not going to do that. Cook something with it? Yeah, but what? So where do I store this in? Because obviously I'm not going to keep it in my blender. I guess I got a mason jar I could use. Oh, this is my only mason jar that I own, so if I put this in the mason jar, I'm committing to use this before I get access to my mason jar again. Because God forbid I just buy another mason jar, right? Come on. Come on. Still a whole bunch stuck on the bottom here. Maybe I'll just take it out through the bottom. Put it in ramen noodles. I don't actually eat ramen all that often. I mean, I like ramen, don't get me wrong, but just, it's not like it'd be like, oh yeah, I'll just mix it into my nightly ramen noodles. Plus, like, also, just let me just give this a brief taste test. This is gonna be really strong, so I don't want to like eat more than like a tiny little speck of this. But what sort of flavor are we rocking here? Oh. Yeah, that's raw ginger and garlic, all right. Jesus, even that tiny little thing. All right, yeah, what the fuck am I gonna put that in? I mean, it doesn't taste bad. I mean, it's good, it's ginger garlic, but that's gonna overpower literally anything I put that inside of. Jesus. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. Yellow mystery goo right here. Any goo enjoyers and shit? Come on. Come on. Alright, whatever. Close enough. Also filled with turmeric, so guaranteed to stain anything that I put that in. Hell, even my blender already has like a tiny little yellow tint to it thanks to that turmeric that we put in there. Very cool. Dude, okay, this is gonna be random, but I'm just using the sink here, so it reminded me. So I was at Comfy Brewery last night enjoying some brewskis, right? Whatever, the usual. And there was a couple of guys that were sitting like relatively close to me who were friends, just talking. And one of the guys was talking about how like, oh dude, it was so fucking annoying. Like one of my roommates, he leaves dishes in the sink all the time, and he'll leave them in there for like 5 days, just sitting there in the sink with water in them. It's so fucking annoying. I've had to tell him so many times. God damn it, I hate it so much. And I'm just sitting there silently the entire time, thinking like, I very consistently have a dish or two sitting in my sink, basically at all times every single day that I just sort of, they just kind of rotate through, like dishes just sitting in the sink. Thank God I live alone, so like nobody gives a shit about that. Thank God I can have a dish sitting in there for 2 weeks straight if I want to, and no one's gonna whine at me. Not that I would have a dish in the sink for 2 weeks straight ever. That'd be disgusting and gross. But if I did, no one would complain. Okay. I guess we just toss this in the fridge for later for something. I don't know. I might just end up just pouring that down the sink eventually. Probably. All right, cool. Let's move on to the Saag Paneer, shall we? I missed a white spot on my cheek. I feel like you're baiting me on this, but hold on, let me check the mirror real quick. If you're baiting me on this, I swear to God, I'll finger my mouth with that yogurt again. I'll do it. What a fucking liar, dude. Oh, no, you're right, okay. Ugh, it's dried out and crusty now. Nice. All right, anyways, let's get started on this one. All right, so this one evidently is supposed to be easy to cook. We'll see about that. It says a prep time of 10 minutes. Yeah, sure it is. Inactive time of 25 minutes. I don't know what the inactive time will include, but then apparently the cooking itself will take 45 minutes. So the plan is basically as soon as we're done with as soon as we're to the part where we're like restart cooking it, I'm assuming it's just gonna simmer over the stove. That's when we'll take the dough for the naan out of the oven and start working on that. So, all right, so it says step 1, in a large bowl, whisk together the turmeric, cayenne, 1 teaspoon salt, 3 tablespoons of oil, okay, gently drop in cubes of paneer and gently toss, taking care not to break the cubes. If you're using the homemade kind, let the cubes marinate while you get the rest of your ingredients together and prepped. Okay. Oh, here it is. Cheers, boys. I don't put garlic and ginger in the curry recipe I normally make. Well, normally I just use like the pre-packaged cubes of curry. Like if you're thinking I make my curry from scratch, you're out of your goddamn mind. I'm not doing Clueless Bachelor cooking streams off stream. I'm just getting the pre-made stuff. So I would assume there's probably ginger and garlic inside the little cube block things that I toss in there, but I don't need to have like the extra recipes on my own. All right, so we got to get, let's see, turmeric, which we got already, cool, salt, which we have already, oil, and cayenne. Okay. I didn't realize, like, there's cayenne, interesting. So it's gonna be like spicy, I guess. Is that normally a thing? I feel like whenever I have the Saag Paneer, it's never like spicy, but all right, trust the process. So whisk together turmeric. So how much do we need here? 1 teaspoon of turmeric, okay. AKA the bright yellow shit that's gonna stain the color of this bowl that's totally not stained at all yet. Okay. And then 1 teaspoon of, oh wait, no. Half a teaspoon of cayenne. Damn, half a teaspoon of cayenne is gonna be more than enough kick as it is. Whew, all right. Can we all just agree that as far as like spices are concerned, cayenne's just the goat when it comes to adding spiciness to something? I love cayenne. Every time I add cayenne to something, I'm just like, it's got that, not only is the spiciness level perfect, but like the taste of the spiciness is really good too. Cayenne's a goated spice, definitely like in the top 10 best spices of all time. All right, and then 1 teaspoon of salt. Have I tried the new Blackberry Jack Daniels? I feel like I'm not nearly enough of an alcoholic to have tried Blackberry Jack Daniels. I'm not really huge on Jack Daniels, to be honest. Like, I don't like dislike it to the point where I'm like not gonna drink it if you offer it to me, but I guess I'm just gonna get super snobby here. Jack Daniels is kind of pleb whiskey. It's like starter whiskey that you drink in college when you want to feel like you're important and fancy, but in reality, like, I don't like the sour taste of it. That doesn't really do it for me. And the overall quality of the whiskey is like, it's fine, but I feel like you have to pay a premium just for the brand name, and frankly, there's other better whiskeys, in my opinion, that don't taste like Jack Daniels and are cheaper. That's my take. So anyways, if you add blackberry to it, I'm sure it's fine, but I'm just skip that and just go for a different whiskey altogether. All right, 3 tablespoons of oil. This oil thing is almost out, but I have another thing ready to go here if we need it, and I think we will. A 1. A 2. Actually, this is gonna be about perfect 3. 3, okay. Neat. Technically a tiny bit left in there, I guess. All right, and then drop the cubes of paneer. So we're supposed to use, I think it was, what was it? How much paneer? Paneer, by the way, being the kind of quasi-cheese, quasi-tofu sort of thing that you'd find in the Saag Paneer, hence the name. And the recipe does say like, well, you can make your own homemade paneer if you want to. Like it gives you the step-by-step process to do that. But I was considering doing that. Like, okay, that might be kind of fun to do homemade. But then I read the process to do it. And, like, you need to buy like cheesecloth or some shit. I don't know where the fuck to buy that. And the entire process looked a little scary and something that I could easily fuck up. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get the prepackaged stuff. If I buy it from the Indian grocery store, it's probably gonna be pretty good, right? That's fine. Okay, so we just got the prepackaged shit. I'm sure it'll taste fine. Whatever, dude. What could possibly go wrong? Just try Talisker 10-year, tad bit more expensive, think, than Jameson. Yeah, Talisker 10's decent. Talisker 10 to me, when I tried it, it's a little saltier than I prefer. And like, I'm a salt enjoyer, so I was actually a little surprised that, and I like salty whiskeys, but the Talisker to me was like a little too much on the salty side. Not bad, but when it comes to salty whiskeys that in my opinion are like the perfect level of salt, that's where the goat Port Charlotte comes in. This baby is salty, but not like overpowering. It's like just nice subtle saltiness. Goated whiskey right here. Anyways, all right. Oh, okay. Careful, SpongeBob. So we need not these 2 full packages. I believe this recipe calls for 12 ounces, and each one of these packages are 7 ounces-ish, 7.05 technically. So we're just gonna kind of have to eyeball this, I guess. So we'll use a full package, and then I guess, I don't know, approximately 2/3 of the other one, ish. I mean, well, maybe we just add a little bit extra. I don't know. Is it the worst thing in the world if I had 14 ounces instead of like 12? It's probably fine, actually. Because otherwise, like, what the fuck am I? What am I going to use the paneer for? Otherwise, nothing. That is, of course, assuming I can even get this out of the packaging in the first place. Bro, I'm just gonna use some scissors. Whatever. Amul Malai Paneer. Okay, well, there it is. Looks actually somewhat similar to the queso fresco that we used for the huevos rancheros. What's up, Dark Sharpie, coming in out with the Prime sub. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets Doritos and Cooking Stream Fund. Thanks for hanging out. Glad you're enjoying, dude. All right, so it wants us to cut this into 1-inch cubes. Yeah, we're just gonna use all of this. Whatever. We're technically a little bit more than it says we need, but I don't mind having a little bit of extra paneer in there. Treat yourself, right? Don't think it'll do any harm. I gotta say, taking this out of a package is a hell of a lot easier than the cooking process, or at least the process it took to make this based on what I read. I like it, it's just like, okay, cool, here it is, it's done, awesome. And we're gonna fry this up. So we're gonna put these in the skillet and basically brown these and get these nice and crispy. So that's the process we're about to go through here, I believe. So 1-inch cubes, it says. So it's gonna be like that. Okay, whatever. That. Doesn't have to be an exact science here, but we're going for something approximately cube-sized. Okay, these seem a little large based on what I usually think of when I think of the ones that are inside the dishes that I eat. My temptation is to make these smaller, but I guess I should trust the process. I mean, whatever, it's not like it's inedible in the size that they are, it just feels like, I feel like they should be like half the size, but whatever, I'll trust the process, trust the recipe, okay. Alright, now this one. I'm gonna make these cubes maybe a tiny bit smaller than the last one, not too much, but just a little bit. Ooh, come on. +5 knife skill. Yeah, I wouldn't tell chat that. Chat usually gets triggered by my lack of knife skills. I still, to this day, almost out of spite, have not really looked up the proper way to use a knife and to hold the knife when I'm cutting with it, because now at this point it's almost more fun to just spite chat, but I'm sure the way I do it is not optimal, but whatever, it does get the job done well enough. Alright, there we go. Nice little cubaronis. I'm curious, what does this taste like? I'm assuming I can eat this raw, right? Shouldn't be an issue. Actually, let me cut off a little bit off of one that probably is too large anyways. There we go. Gonna take a little sliver of this, see what it's like. Huh. Honestly, it's like tasteless. It has a similar consistency to like mozzarella, but like, I shit you not, it tastes like nothing. It doesn't have a taste. It's just texture. That's all you can taste. Now, the good news is we're adding a bunch of shit and like frying it and browning it on the outside, so I'm sure that'll add taste. But I mean, as far as like, if you eat this, it just feels like you're eating just like, I don't know, protein cube. Generic, flavorless, like spongy nothing. All right, I mean, it's not bad, it's just, okay, boring. Sure, why not? The indent of the knife where the blade meets the hilt, you pinch, okay, not reading all that, that's a lot of work. Okay, so what do we do next here? We are going to, okay, so toss the cubes in here, let them marinate while we prep the rest of the ingredients. Okay. If you say so. Feels like we didn't really add that much to this bowl to marinate all of this, but I guess a little bit goes a long way, huh? All right, a fork right here somewhere. Mix her up. Feels like I actually probably would have benefited from a slightly larger bowl to do this, but oh well. Come on, nice and coated, please. Yeah, I think another advantage to just using the store-bought stuff is that like the recipe says that like, oh well, if you're using homemade paneer, make sure you're very delicate and careful during this process right here, because otherwise your cheese will crumble and break and get all fucked up. Whereas like the store-bought stuff, for better or for worse, is very, I don't know, rigid. Like I'm not worried about any of this crumbling. It's not in any way, I guess, structurally compromised. So that's good. Makes this process comfy and easy and painless for my clueless ass. There we go, that's looking pretty good. Looking nice and orangey. Cool. Okay. Guess we'll put this off to the side and let it do its thing for a bit. Let's taste the marinade. Ooh, that's pretty good. Extremely salty, but I guess for marinade, that's fine. Ooh, and spicy from the kind. Ooh, that is tasty, actually. Yeah, that'll definitely add plenty of flavor to the paneer, no doubt about that. If we're worried about the flavorless paneer, we're not gonna be worried after we let that marinade. Okay. Oh, it is spicy though. All right, bam, tasting that cayenne. All right, next up, what are we doing here? We are, all right, so we're gonna get the spinach ready, it looks like. So we got frozen spinach just sitting here in the freezer that we're supposed to thaw in the microwave. All Europeans in chat, please close your eyes. Great value, of course. So these are Indian mozzarella balls? I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, it tastes like mozzarella, or no, the texture is almost exactly like mozzarella, except it just has no flavor. It's literally just like flavorless balls of cheese, which, I mean, it's not bad, it's still fine, but honestly, I'd rather just have mozzarella, just if they're plain on their own. All right. So, we don't need all of this spinach. We're only supposed to use 16 ounces, I believe. So these are 12 apiece. So unfortunately, I was like, well, shit, I gotta get another package because they didn't have any other size of package. So, gonna have to thaw these in the microwave and then 5 minutes on high, puree in a food processor. Oh geez, well, blender's gonna have to do. Until smooth. Alternatively, I can chop up very finely with my knife. Okay, so that'll probably be the backup plan we ultimately have to go with, but we'll see what happens. Can I thaw this in the microwave? Is that a thing? It would steam in the microwave if I do that. Because yes, these are apparently microwavable packages, but we don't want to steam these. We want to just thaw them. Well, the instructions say don't pierce, puncture, or open the steam bag before microwaving, but that's if you want to steam it. So can I just pierce the bag and then it's fine? Sure, fuck it. Now it won't steam. Cool. Now it'll just thaw, I guess. Really shouldn't have cut it that way. That was dumb of me, but... Alright, never mind. We're just gonna do this in a bowl. Except that large bowl's already been used for that. Fuck, what do I thaw this in? Alright, nah, whatever. We'll just fuck it. We'll just do it in this bag. It's fine, dude. Alright. To steam it, it says 6 to 7 minutes. God damn. So to thaw this, maybe like, I don't know, 4 minutes? Question mark? See what happens. And then I guess so we're using 12 in another bag, and so we want 16 total, so we're gonna use like a third of this bag. This one I guess we're gonna have to thaw outside of the bag since we're not doing the full thing. Just defrost mode? Ain't nobody got time to figure out other modes on your microwave. That's a lot of work, dude. I don't know, let's just eyeball a third of this bag, sure. It's probably about that. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. That's fine. Okay. Don't know what I'll do with the rest of the spinach, because I never really eat spinach, but you got it now, I guess. Good old, oh, this is actually already chopped. Oh shit, I didn't realize that. I thought I was getting whole leaf spinach, but this is actually chopped spinach. Okay, actually this is probably fine as is. I actually probably don't even have to use a food processor. This is actually just good to go as it already is. Okay, cool. I didn't really mean to do that part, but based on how that blending went earlier, I'm kind of not upset by the fact that it's already good to go, so okay, that'll work. Shit. Here, my ass thought it was like whole leaf spinach, and that's what I meant to get, but... You know what? Thank you, Walmart, for doing the work for me. Much appreciated. What's up, Amy? Still live? Yes, sir. Started the stream later than normal for cooking stream today, so we still got plenty to go, frankly. Yes. Okay. Anyways, still just waiting on the bag to do its thing. What are we doing next after this? Place on a large non-stick skillet over medium heat, add the paneer as the pan warms. Okay, so let's start heating up the pan. There we go. That's something to do. Because we're gonna fry that shit up here in a second. Should be nice and tasty, I assume. Let's say medium heat. Yeah. Okay. And then we're going to add the paneer as the pan warms. In a couple of minutes, give the pan a toss. Each piece of paneer should be browned on one side. Fry another minute or so, and then remove the paneer from the pan onto a plate. So it says to add the paneer as the pan warms? So as in like, before it's fully hot? Usually if you want to fry something, you want to add it after the pan's already hot. Otherwise it's not going to brown as well, right? I'm going to wait till the pan gets at least a little bit hot before I add it. I don't know much about cooking, but I feel like I at least know that. I don't know. Alright, and then after that, we're going to add the remaining 1.5 tablespoons of oil to the pan. Oh, and then we'll have to add a bunch of onion, ginger, and garlic, and chili. Chili, okay, let's start prepping that then. There we go, that's something to do. Let's prep an onion. So we're supposed to have, let's see here. I fucking hate recipes where it's just like, oh yeah, only 10 minutes of prep, under the assumption that you've already prepped all these veggies that we assume you had just ready to go. Cool, thanks, awesome, appreciate that. All right, so 1 medium white onion finely chopped. Okay. That I have. Boom. And then we're gonna have to prep the ginger, the rest of the ginger that we had. We already peeled it though, that's the good news. And then we'll just peel and mince it, okay, and then, what was the other thing? Oh, the chili, okay. Easy enough. Did I see the footnote about the Doritos? Whoa! Adds that umami? Whoa! Sir, I'm not going to be adding any Doritos to the Saag Paneer, I'm sorry. Number one, because I'm pretty sure that's not a thing, and number two, because I don't actually have any Doritos in my apartment right now, because I am going to shatter your world a bit, but I don't really ever actually consistently eat Doritos. Something, liar, dude, Weasley, little liar. But, okay, before you fully call me out, okay, hold on. I'm not a complete liar, okay? See? There you go. At least I have these. All right, there you go. Scumaz, I know. In reality, I actually use your guys' subs to pay for stuff like utilities and rent and food. How dare I? All right, so, how'd this work? It's warm, but it's not like steamed or anything yet. Okay, ooh, that's a little warmer than it should be. It might have steamed a little bit, but whatever, it's fine. Okay. Let's heat that up. Okay. Anyways, let's prep this. So it's just the whole ass onion, so let's just do the whole ass onion, I guess. Finely chopped, I will try my best to finely chop it, but my definition of finely chopped is probably not quite the same as Gordon Ramsay's, but I'm sure it'll do fine. All right. Oh, careful, SpongeBob. Careful around the fingers. Okay. Oh. I somehow, and I'm definitely jinxing it by saying this, I've never really cut myself chopping up an onion, even though it seems like it's really easy to do it, so I can take pride in that. All right. Oh, careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. All right. Firmly grasp it. This entire onion cutting process is always so fucking monka, dude. It works. It works well. It's just ugh, super nerve-wracking every time I do it. Philly cheesesteak Hot Pockets dipped in A1? Dipped in A1. Now that is an interesting one. I've had the Philly cheesesteak Hot Pockets and they're pretty decent, but dipped in A1. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, A1's delicious. I'll give you that. I mean, to me, like, I don't know if they need to be dipped in sauce. I feel like they're already kind of pretty good as is, but I don't really ever get the Philly cheesesteak one, but maybe just because you mentioned that, maybe next time I'll give it a shot. It is interesting sounding, I'll give you that. Okay, that's one half of the onion. Are we gonna add these all at the same time? Can I just add these into one, like, giant bowl? When do I add spinach to this? So, like, spinach comes at like the very, very end. Okay. Honestly, I could have held off on thawing the spinach, but alright, whatever. Doesn't do any harm, I guess. I literally could have just had the spinach just out, like, just sitting out there and just thawing just on its own. I didn't have to put it in the microwave. I don't know why this recipe tells you to do it now. That's really weird. Alright, sure. It is, add the rest. This probably got a little more steamed than it should have been, but it's not the end of the world. Add that nice green slop. Okay, oh, careful now. Alright, well, it's thawed. There we go. Big old mound of green goo. Mmm, tasty. Spinach, like, I don't mind spinach, it's fine, like, when you integrate it into other stuff, but man, on its own, it just smells nasty as fuck, dude. It just smells like... It kind of smells like when you cut grass, like when the grass is wet and you cut the grass, it smells like that. And to me, I don't find that to be a great smell. But that being said, if you mix in a shitload of salt and butter, like, okay, mix spinach fine. Like, it tastes better than it smells, for sure. Doesn't look particularly appealing, though. Okay, I think we're probably ready to add this to the pan now, since it's been about 10 minutes and the pan is definitely warm. Finally, we get to actually like cook something. I don't think we've actually technically cooked anything yet. We've just been prepping a shitload of ingredients. In a couple of minutes, give them the pan a toss. Each piece of paneer should be round on one side. Fry another minute so. Remove the paneer onto a plate. Okay. All right. Come on over, chat. It's time. Time to let Dali cook. I'm sure you've seen this POV before. Trusty spatula. Do we add oil to this? We must, right? No, it doesn't say add any oil. Just add the paneer and that's it. Really? All right. All right. Put you over here, chat. There you are. Hey, Dad. In you go. Get a little extra juice in there, too. All that good shit. Come on, come on. Whew, that does smell nice. It smells very ethnic. I swear that like my description of paneer is like exactly correct. It literally just looks like a love child of like tofu and cheese. I'm not a huge fan of tofu, by the way, but I fuck with cheese, so I'm willing to let half of its aspect, I guess, be good enough in my mind. All right. I think it says it's supposed to like you're let it sit here for like 5 minutes or something. That seems like a long time. Recheck that. Oh, a couple of minutes. Okay. That's not tofu, okay? I like tofu. No, I'm not gonna fuck with tofu. Tofu, I find to be rubbery. Not rubbery, but like tofu is just like I hate the texture of tofu. It's like slimy. It's slimy. The taste is not particularly good, in my opinion. The only way to make tofu even somewhat bearable is to make it like super fried until it's like almost crunchy, and then if you like drench it in sauce, it kind of just masks the flavor and texture of tofu, and then I can eat it. But otherwise, like, yeah, no thank you. I'm not a tofu enjoyer. I'm a goddamn red-blooded American who eats meat, brother. I'm not adding tofu to my meals. Fuck that. I'm adding some nice red meat like God intended. Yes, sir. It's like Warrior without world buffs. Yeah. It's just not the play, dude. It's just not the play. Also, our chai tea has run out, so I'm gonna make myself another one of these. Unfortunately, these tiny ass little mug portions don't last very long. Oh. How you doing, chat? You enjoying yourself so far? I am. So far, no major disasters on this cooking stream, which I always appreciate. We still got time, of course, but at least up until this point, it's gone fine, I guess? It's taken a long time, like it always does, but at least it's not like a disaster yet. That's good. My bowl is stained a nice bright yellow after adding all that turmeric. Cool, awesome, cool, awesome. So is my counter after I spilled a bit on the counter. Cool, awesome, cool. I'm trying to even remember what I used this turmeric for originally. Like, I bought it for some cooking stream, but I don't actually remember what. Let's just kind of... There we go, we're getting a little browning going there. Alright, alright. I feel like I need to turn up the heat, though, a little bit. It's not really browning as much. Like, I want to, like, get the outer layer to be a little crispy, right? So, you know, you can see, like, you know, this one, for example, it's got a little bit of crisp to it, but not nearly enough yet. So let's crank her up, baby. Hell yeah, brothers. No oil in here, all right? It's not going to burst into flames. Before you start spamming, let Dali cook, all right? It's fine, it's fine. All right. Apparently, we just have to try a different one? What? All right, let me catch you up here. Once complained about tofu and got a 10-minute lecture about how there are a million different kinds. Yeah, and they all taste like shit. All 10 million of them. The meat is superior, of course, but when you cook tofu, you're supposed to just make it taste like the sauce or seasoning you're using. Yeah, that's never a good sign when you're talking about a food. Oh, well, as long as you drench it in a whole bunch of other flavors to the point where you can't actually taste the original thing, then it's really good. Yeah, this food tastes so good as long as you can't actually taste it. Great, yeah, super fucking helpful. At that point, I think I'll just leave out the tofu and just use all the ingredients that do taste good. Like, what? Bro. Tofu enjoyers, like, they always cope so fucking hard, dude. They always try to justify why tofu's good in every way they possibly can outside of, like, it actually tasting good. Not the play, dude. Not the play. Somehow still catches on fire. I certainly hope not. This is the only paneer I have. I don't have a backup paneer ready to go, so I kind of need this to be working. And the question is it? Let's see. Sorta, but it's not really like crisping yet as much as I would have preferred. What's up, Hotcakes? Coming in hot with a tier 1 sub. Hotcakes! What's up, buddy? Appreciate it, bud. As always, your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, and Cooking Stream Fund. Appreciate you, dude. Alright, let it do its thing for a little longer. It's only supposed to be for like a couple of minutes before I flip these all, but definitely been more than that at this point. I mean, okay, that's getting some color, but ideally I want to get like that color on all sides, but alright, this is going to be tedious, but let's just flip these one at a time. I've never really understood how people are supposed to like, oh yeah, just kind of shake the pan a bit and all the stuff flips over. Like, I always get really OCD about like, well, this one didn't flip over. What about that one? That one didn't flip over either. That one's still on the same side. It's not going to get enough crisp. I'll do it myself, god damn it. That's okay, Rocky. You go when you feel like it. You take your time. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now we're getting the crisp we're looking for. That's good shit right there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. That's what I was imagining in my head right there. That's looking pretty tasty. Okay, okay. I'm definitely noticing the ones that are sitting in the juices are getting more colors than the color than the ones that aren't, so we definitely want to try to spread these juices around a bit once we flip this. Okay, that one. That one. Come on, baby. Oh. Oh. All right. Almost there, almost there. Probably for the best I don't work in a restaurant. Safe to say this process might take a little bit too long if you're trying to cook for dozens of people, huh? Hey, babe. Alright. Did I get them all? These still need to be flipped. Oh yeah, there we go. That's looking good, dude. Yes, sir. Now, unlike regular cheese, you can see this is obviously not just melting into goo, so that's kind of the difference between regular cheese and this. Even like mozzarella would sort of melt a bit. So yeah, like the consistency is definitely, as you can see, more like tofu. It's not tofu, let me be very clear here. It's still cheese, but definitely holds its shape even over high heat, which is cool. Alright. Cool. Oh, I think I missed that one. Oh, come on. Nice. Whew, that looks tasty, dude. Looks really good. Smells good too. Buddy. Give that another couple of minutes and I think we're Gucci. 2 hours is standard wait time for food. It's gonna be longer than that by the time we're ready to serve, I promise you that. Is the food stream starting at the same time tomorrow? It is, yes. Same time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 21 Central European Time. Tomorrow, we're going to make the chicken tikka masala that we made the marinade for today. There you go. We were also going to make the ginger garlic paste that I ended up having to make today, so rip that. Cool. Alright. Let's get a plate prepared to just plate these up, I guess. man, I think I'm just gonna try one of these. We technically had too much paneer anyways. I'm gonna try one of these cubes that once they're out of the pan. I want to taste one just on their own. It looks like it's tasty. I'm curious how much flavor the sauce infused here. And when I tried the sauce on its own, it was very, very flavorful to the point where it's kind of like too strong of a flavor. So I suspect when the marinade and frying process did its thing, hopefully it kind of found a nice little equilibrium. Right? It's probably a thing. God, these look really good, dude. Okay. I think they're about ready, though. We don't want to burn these, of course. Okay. Looking tasty. Oh, careful. Okay. Honestly, for like an entire dish that we're making, once again, maybe I should just cut these into smaller pieces. Like this, the quantity-wise, this is plenty, but it feels like there's just not enough individual chunks. Feels like I just made these too large. But the recipe literally called for like half-inch to inch cubes, and that is what this is. I don't know. I'll choose to believe that's fine. Okay. But anyways, let me. These super hot. These are super hot. Let me let them cool off for a bit. But I do want to try one of these just because they look kind of tasty on their own. Okay. Anyways, let's continue prepping the veggies. Since now, I guess the next part is literally just tossing the veggies together and probably tossing them in the paneer and just let them simmer for a bit. I assume that's the next part of the process. Okay. So, still have the other half of the onion to go. Plus we gotta do more garlic later. What was the thing that I was gonna do with the garlic that people recommended that I do to make it easier to peel? Somebody made a suggestion earlier, like, oh, try this streamer, that works well, and that makes it easy. I already forgot. Everything shrinks when it's cooked? It was in the pool, okay? Oh, careful, SpongeBob. Oh, this top one's always the most spooky of them all. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna call that good enough, whatever. Okay. It says finely chop. Alright, alright. It's pretty fine. About as fine as I can make it, that's for sure. Removing the moisture. What? Firmo things reduces volume. What? Oh, I get what you're saying. As in, like, removing the moisture by cooking it removes some of its volume. Okay, yeah. I thought you were talking about, like, volume as in audio. I was like, huh? What? Okay. That is an entire onion, finely diced. Okay. Then we gotta do garlic and a pepper. I don't think it's much garlic. I think it's just like a couple of cloves this time around. It's a lot of onion, god damn. Thoughts on Brits claiming chicken tikka masala as British? I mean, I'm no history expert, but I believe from what I've heard, the story is essentially when the Brits essentially took over India, they imported a bunch of spices back from India, and so like, I don't know if they invented chicken tikka masala or maybe if they took an existing Indian dish and modified it, but from what I've heard at least, it's like something that, which largely like, and maybe it was like British Indian people that like, you know, maybe Indian people that came back to Britain and then made it there. I don't know, but like, I'm not going to pretend to know the full history behind chicken tikka masala, but I've heard that apparently at least some of its roots are at least sort of related to the UK and not exclusively Indian. If there's any authentic Indians in chat who want to correct me, feel free, I guess, but I don't know. in fairness, it's probably similar to something like, you know, the United States making Chinese food. Like, we took authentic Chinese food and we made Panda Express. We made it better, all right? It might not be strictly authentic, but it's still damn good. Whatever, dude. All right, anyways, let's see here. So bust the root end off of each clove of garlic, roll it in your hands, peels run off. That's not the tip from earlier, though. But I could try it. Let me see here. Okay, so we're gonna use the same pan, I guess, to just simmer the. Guess I should have turned the heat off. We're gonna use the same pan to simmer the rest of the shit. So let me get that back heating again. So we gotta do onions. Did that? Okay, ginger. Get that ginger out that we did earlier. I put you in there. It's supposed to be a tablespoon, so we just kind of eyeballed what we thought was a tablespoon. That looks probably pretty close. Supposed to just mince this? Would this work with a garlic crusher just like garlic does? I don't know. I don't want to chance it. I guess we'll just chop it really finely, whatever. I feel like it probably would. It's a somewhat similar consistency to garlic, kinda. Whatever, I'll just use a knife and just go That'll work well enough. Can you grate it? I mean, maybe, I guess. That would probably work, but I guess the problem is that it's a little late now. Okay, anyways. It works. I don't know how finely I'm supposed to mince this, but I guess I'll just go with whatever I normally make garlic the size of, which is something like this. All right. Good enough in my book. All that asking about ginger is just like have that be a super fast and easy process. Yep. Is that a tablespoon? That's probably a little more than a tablespoon, but whatever, we're just gonna send it. Close enough. Okay. 4 cloves of garlic. Let's get that out. Ooh, let me try the paneer now, too. Ugh. Alright, let's give one of these a shot. I'm curious. Okay, there you go. Now, when we tried it raw, it was just like kind of a tasteless... like mozzarella, except it was tasteless. So let's try this. Ooh. 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 Mmm. Okay, now that's fucking tasty. Now the inside's still the same, it's flavorless, but now the outside, nice and crispy. Got that turmeric plus cayenne plus salt mixing together. Mmm. Now that's really fucking good. I could eat that entire plate just on its own without anything else. That'd be... Okay, yeah. Mission accomplished, boys. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff. All right, cool. All right, going pretty well. Kind of starting to get paranoid, like, okay, at what point am I gonna fuck this up? Because that was pretty good, not gonna lie. What do you call the whole thing of garlic? Like, the individual things are the cloves, but what is this? Is this a head of garlic? A bulb of garlic? Surely someone knows. We need what, 4 cloves? Okay. It's a head, okay. Fair. Oh, come on. It's probably about 4 right there, actually. Uno, dos, tres. Okay, hold on, one more. That's a quattro right there, brother. Alright, I'm just gonna do the knife crush method again. Fucking, I know somebody else mentioned other stuff earlier, but whatever, SCBA. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That one took some effort. Ugh. Ugh. Careful, SpongeBob. Yeah, whatever. Right. Not a true cooking stream without the snot rocket. I don't know, I can't force it. At the moment, my nostrils are actually quite clear. The thing is, like, I ejected so much snot out of my nose in that, like, kind of 2-week span of being sick that I'm fairly certain, like, my mucus nodules in my head, whatever those are, like, they're just, like, whatever ingredients it takes to produce mucus and snot just is completely out. My body was like, okay, no more. I've literally run out of snot juice, so I think my body's been recharging ever since. But I appreciate that because I haven't had to blow my nose now in a week, and I gotta say, it is much more pleasant to not have to get up every 2 minutes to eject a snot rocket. I will admit the snot rocket itself can be very satisfying, but definitely gets a little old after a while. Especially if you're trying to stream. Indian cooking forces open the sinuses? I mean, it's not like what we're making is like ultra spicy. I know that plenty of Indian dishes can be ultra spicy, but frankly, I've got too much white boy in me to really try to want to fuck with like actual spicy Indian stuff. I'm going for like the tourist crowd pleasers. This is like the gringo Indian food that we're making. This is the stuff like the Brits would probably eat, right? Okay, so I think we'll just use the garlic crusher that we have. I don't think we're gonna fuck with like chopping that garlic up. So let's see here. Last thing we need to prep is the chili, and then we can just toss this shit into the pan and get this shit show on the road. Now, the recipe calls for 1 green serrano chili pepper. Unfortunately, the Wally World does not sell individual ones, so I had to buy this entire ass package. I only need 1, so the rest, I don't know what I'll use these for, but whatever. How hot are these? I don't actually know. Are you spicy? Okay. I'm not gonna be a little pussy bitch though. I'm gonna leave the seeds in. I know, bitch. They are spicy? Okay. Yeah, I'll leave in the seeds, it's fine. What could possibly go wrong? It's like double a jalapeno. Yeah, but a jalapeno is like nothing. Not that white. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the seeds in. Fuck it, dude. It's fine. It's fine. Let's make adorable little matchsticks here. Like so. Come on. I'm aware people are probably finding it painful how slow I dice this up, but hey, you know what? I don't know what I'm doing, and if anything, I just want to make sure that I don't have stuff go flying everywhere. Alright, cool. Seems good to me. And those are all the veggies to prep, I believe. Let me double check just to make sure. Okay, onions, check. Ginger, check. Garlic, check. Chili, check. Here's the important part. Saute the mixture until it's evenly toffee colored, which will take about 15 minutes. Don't skip this step. This is the foundation of the dish. If you feel like the mixture is drying out or burning, add a couple of tablespoons of water. Okay, wash my hands. Good call. Hey, Joel. Hey, buddy. All right, cool. Let's do this shit. Now, I left in like all the seasoning from the paneer. It didn't say to take it out. It didn't say to dump it out. So I'm assuming we're supposed to just leave it in and kind of have that add to the flavor. Plus, that'll probably add the color to it, right? So, and the seasoning was really fucking good, so I'm not upset about that. Oh, what's going on here? We'll do that. All right, let's take you over here. Time to let Dali cook again. Yes, sir. All right, move the paneer over here. I think we'll add this eventually back into this to reheat this, but for now, it's just gonna chill off to the side. Okay, so we're gonna add what? 1.5 tablespoons of oil to the pan. Okay. Use the last of this, I guess. know, something I've noticed, I haven't added pepper to any of this. I don't know if, I mean, I guess maybe just Indian cooking doesn't use pepper that much, but as a pepper enjoyer, I do sort of wish that some sort of this process maybe had pepper in it. I don't know. But I'll trust the process. All right. All right, do we just add all four of the things at the same time? Oh, well, okay. The garlic we haven't minced yet, so let's not add that in, but whatever. Every recipe always says, like, add the garlic and the onion at the same time, but we're not supposed to do that according to Babish and other people, so whatever. All that good shit, get that in there. Yes, sir. Let's get those spices nice and evenly mixed in there. God, this is the part where it's just like, it feels so tempting to add salt and pepper to it. Like this part where you're starting to fry some onions. Never a bad thing to add salt and pepper to your frying onions is what I've noticed, but I suppose there's a lot of seasoning in there already, so let's not fuck it up, I guess. Oh, shit. Alright, let's also mince in the garlic now. Now, I guess it's supposed to be on here for like 15 minutes. That feels like a while, but okay. Yeah, no, I know that garlic cooks faster than onions. I know that's the reason. Okay. Shoutouts to Lido for the garlic crusher here. Time to have this come in handy. Oh shit. Okay, the chai's been sitting there for a long ass time. All right. Well, the only really way to reinvigorate that is obviously, you know, stick some knob in there, you know. Yes. Yes. Okay. There you go, chat. That's it. Cheers, chat. Cheers to a, so far, suspiciously successful cooking stream. Ah. Okay. In we go. Okay. I feel like I'm using this wrong. It always feels like it ends up wasting a little bit of garlic, but it is a hell of a lot easier than actually chopping it. Okay. Sound effects obviously mandatory. Alright. Precisely. That's actually the same sound that shamans make when they are mincing garlic. They actually just make the bloodless noise. Cool. A garlic crusher is such a specific little utensil, dude. There's literally nothing else it seems you can use this for besides just like, well, I gotta crush garlic. It is impressively effective at doing so, I mean, it does its one and only job really well, but I'll be honest, never would have bought this for myself, so shout out to Lido for getting it for me, because otherwise I never would have owned one of these. Alright. So we're supposed to get this like golden brown, like toffee colored according to the recipe. Now, normally you don't want onions over like super high heat because you don't want to burn them, right? But I guess because there's a decent chunk of oil in here, I guess we don't have to be as worried as normal about it burning. So keep the heat at like a nice little medium level. I mean, it smells nice, I'll say that. Hopefully I didn't go overboard on the turmeric. The recipe did say like, well, optionally add turmeric if you... Basically, if you like turmeric, aka if you like that Indian flavor, then add the turmeric. So I added it, and we'll see what happens. What am I making? Just do exclamation point menu in the chat. This is specifically the Saag Paneer. And then exclamation point menu just decides to not work. Cool, thank you, Nightbot. There it is. All right. I let Lido buy me shit, but I won't let me buy me a KitchenAid? What is a KitchenAid? It's not that I'm against chatters buying me stuff, but like if you're gonna buy me something, like I need something tiny. Like I can't get like some giant thing, just be like, oh cool, let me just put it on top of this abundant counter space that I have in my kitchen. Like, bro. Garlic crusher is doable, but I mean, if you want to make something happen, I trust you enough, Humi, of course, but I just can't have like some giant thing, because like I don't have a whole lot of cabinet or counter space in here. You have something tiny I can buy? It's your penis, right? Am I missing? Okay, sure. Yeah, okay, that's looking good. Looking pretty good. Alright, I should check the next step of this recipe, since we're supposed to let this do its thing for like 15 minutes, so whatever we can do, whatever's the next step, we can probably start working on it, since this is gonna just do its thing for a bit. Okay. Let's see, let me check the laptop here, the magical laptop, and see what we want to do. After this step, we're going to add the garam masala, coriander, cumin, if you haven't already, a sprinkle of a little water to keep the spices from burning. We'll cook, stir often until the raw scent of spices will cook out. It all smells a bit more, I shit you not, the recipe uses the word melodious, M-E-L-O-D-I-O-U-S, melodious, for 3 to 5 minutes. Okay. Is there any point in this recipe where like we just sit here and let it do its thing for a bit? Because I was trying to like, it said the cooking time of this was like 25 minutes, so I kind of assume at some point we just like, oh, just let it sit here and simmer for 25 minutes. But now I'm realizing like, it's like do something every 5 minutes, which means that we might have, like, I'm trying to figure out like when we have time to squeeze in making the naan. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Because we want to serve this warm, right? We don't want to serve this like once it's cooled off already. All right. Well, if anything, let's check on the. Let's good. Leave it. Let's check on the dough for the naan. See how it's looking. It's been sitting here, so we said 6 o'clock was the magical time. No fucking shot. It's now 6 o'clock. Oh shit. Well, I planned that well, huh? Totally planned. Obviously, exactly the timing that I was expecting. Well, shit. All right. Let's take it around. Let's see what it looks like. Oven's not been on, by the way. It's just the light's been on to make it poof up. All right. Well, I mean, yeah, it's definitely poofed up. It's definitely, I guess, doubled in size as it's supposed to, right? So, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Okay. Let me check the naan and see exactly what we're supposed to prep here. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. So, for the naan, let's see. We've done step 1, well, step 3, now we're finally at step 4, I guess. We're actually ready to do this shit. So... Remove the dough from the bowl and turn it onto a well-floured surface. Knead it briefly, divide the dough into 12 equal portions. Alright, sure, fuck it, let's start doing that. The, onions still probably have to do their thing for another like 10 minutes anyways. Whoa. So let's wash this off. We can flour this bad boy up. Now keep in mind, we made a half recipe of the naan, so it's not gonna be like 12 individual portions, should be closer to 6. which was done because A, it's just me eating all of this, so I don't need that much, and B, it's not going to take as long to cook, which I'm getting pretty hungry. In classic streamer fashion, I did not eat enough food before this cooking stream started, so I'm very hungry at this point. I'd like to just eat relatively soon. Relatively probably being still like an hour from now, but whatever. Okay. Flour, yeah. Couldn't imagine baking and making bread without a stand mixer. It'd literally give you arthritis. Look, if I did this shit all the time, sure, I could get something like a stand mixer, but the reality is that I do this, you know, maybe 3 times a year. Even that's a bit generous, so like, I think once in a while I can do it by hand if I have to. I ain't a full-time cooking channel yet, boys. Although if 5 Sunders Please and or Fun Please falls apart, then who knows. Not like that's gonna happen, right? I hope not. I'm ready to keep rating, by the way. My commitment has never been stronger. I'm gonna keep pumping. Like, I have no interest in just being like, oh, well, we broke the next record already. I guess we're done now. No, fuck that, dude. Now that we broke the record, like, let's break our old record. Let's go faster. Fuck. Also, the turmeric is staining my soap stick, so now it's no longer like blue. It's now like green instead with the yellow. So that's cute. All of my dishes now a nice little shade of yellow thanks to the turmeric. Cool. Ugh. Whatever. Just further adds the seasoning of these old ass bowls. It's not a bad thing, right? Okay. Floured surface, cool. Let's toss this out here, and then are we supposed to like knead this at all? Move the dough from the bowl into a well-floured surface, knead it briefly, and then divide into 12, or in our case, 6 equal portions. Okay. Definitely very spongy now with the rising that it did. I have scrubber refills? True, that I do, that I do. I gotta make them last for the next 20 years. So, you know, this will last me another, at least a couple, right? Yeah. Alright. So, I guess if we wanted to make it 6 portions, cut it that way, that'd be 4, so I guess we can... I guess we'll just cut it in half and then divide by 3. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to prep more garlic to make this garlic naan, won't I? I should have just done that when I was prepping the other garlic. Okay, well, whatever. Cut that bad boy in half. And then, I don't know, approximate thirds, right? That's... like that. Like that. Like that. Okay. Went to a few work meetings hours ago and I'm still making the dough? No, this was proofing the entire time, don't worry. We are doing other things, not to worry, we got that, all right? We also have this beautiful looking paneer now. Oh shit. And we have this not so appealing looking bowl of spinach. All right. Smells good. My entire apartment smells very tasty right now. Oh, yes. No complaints. The best part about cooking streams for me is that like it means that my apartment smells fucking amazing for the few days after I finish it because the smell sort of lingers. This stream will be no exception. Saag / palak paneer is the only way you want to eat veggies. Yeah, this is like a great way to force me to eat like a bunch of spinach that I would never otherwise eat, so I agree. All right, so 12 equal portions, cool. Roll these into 1/4 inch thick ovals, approximately 6 inches wide. Okay. Let me do these one at a time. So let me just put these, I guess, back in the bowl for now. Yeah. Flour this a little. Actually, it's fine, right? So roll these out into, what did it say, 1/4 inch? Okay. Oh shit, do we gotta like butter this too? Heat a cast iron skillet over moderately high heat. Yeah, I don't have a cast iron, we're just gonna use a regular skillet. Sprinkle each portion with minced garlic and press it into the dough. So we're gonna have to do that. I feel like that's gonna burn the garlic, but okay. At some point are we supposed to brush this though with butter? I thought that was a thing. Oh, there it says, brush the dough with melted butter and place in skillet. Okay. All right, so in fact, okay, before we, no, I can roll this one out first, but I'm gonna prep the garlic since we're gonna have to like press the garlic into the dough. Okay, I believe it's time for ghetto rolling pin, boys. AKA, this bottle of Lagavulin. Hey, it's back. All right, cool. It's got remnant chunks of the last thing I rolled. That's not ideal, I will admit. Well, maybe, do we just use our PVC pipe instead? Let me just try to wash this off. Or, well, not wash it, but like rub it off. It's fine. All right, yeah, good enough, okay. 1/4 inch, huh? 1/4 inch sounds kind of thick. That looks a little small. Feels like it needs to be a little bit larger still. Okay, there we go. Well, that seems pretty good. Okay. Let me prep some garlic though, like I said, since gonna have to roll that into each one of these anyways. Backup cutting board. Also equally seasoned, of course. Let's see here. So, how much garlic am I using for this? This is another, just says 3 tablespoons. I'm assuming like 3 cloves, I guess. Okay. Well, look, garlic that I had already just prepped, and I guess we're prepping more. Cool. The stain on the counter side. Look, at this point, I don't clean it just because like it's part of the cooking streams now. It'd be weird to clean it because like it's just such an icon at this point. It's like, you know, clean. I didn't even turn on the stove light, but like, it'd be cleaning off the full fucking bisque dust on the stove that you can't actually see right now. Can't do that. Come on, it's tradition. Oh, come on. Hey. Oh, there we go. God damn, that's a chunky garlic. Oh shit, I'm making half recipe. Whatever. I'll just add extra garlic. No one's gonna complain, right? Oh, yeah, that's burning a little bit. Oh, shit. It's not that bad, but should mix this a little bit earlier. Let me turn heat down slightly. Maybe I will add some water like the recipe calls for. One second. Oh. Okay, there we go. Still smells absolutely delicious. Anyways, let's do more garlic. All right, getting plenty of practice on our garlic peeling, at least in the stream. Oy. And mincing, I guess, for that matter. What about my date tomorrow? Whoa! Bro, tomorrow we're doing yet another cooking stream, so I don't know who I'm supposed to be dating if I'm, I guess I'll just invite them over and they can just sit here awkwardly, silently watching my, my part 2 of cooking stream. Double-digit amount of different spices? I don't know if we got double digits. I mean, what, we used 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know if this counts as a spice, but 5, 6, 7, plus salt would make 8. I think that's all we've used. So we've used 8 different ones. I feel like that's kind of a lot, right? Sure. Heard body type 2 is into that sort of stuff. Yeah, but the problem is, like, usually body type 2, or really any body type for that matter, prefers to probably eat their food not after waiting for 4 hours of me cooking it. Usually if I'm saying like, oh yeah, want me to whip up some dinner? Yeah, sure, how long is that gonna take? Oh, it's gonna be ready 4 hours from now. You're not that hungry, right? Look, there's a reason why I start these streams in the afternoon, under the assumption that I'll be eating dinner at the end. I know who I am, I know what sort of cook I am. I take fucking forever, but that's fine. It's content, baby. Okay. Let's mince these bad boys up real quick. Also, then if I invited a body type 2 over, then I'd actually have to clean off the stains off my counters, and ain't nobody got time for that. I'm actually gonna clean my kitchen? Ugh, please. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. Go again. By the way, mince is better when you make the sound effects. That's why you're doing it. Yes, dude. All right, cool. Yeah, I feel like if we're like gonna spread these over 6 of the naan slices or whatever you want to call them, it feels like this is about the right amount of garlic. Because otherwise, we're making a half recipe. But if we only had half this amount of garlic, it doesn't feel like it'd be enough. All right. Cool. That will do, pig. That will do. I guess I'm gonna have to melt some butter at some point too, right? So I can brush that over. Maybe I'll just do that now. Let me, let's just do that now. How much butter am I supposed to use here? 1 stick, it says. So I guess a half a stick will get the job done. Sure. It says unsalted butter. I've got salted butter, so whatever. I'm a salt enjoyer, that's fine. We're looking here, fine. Tell her to eat a meal before coming over and to get a meal cooking. No, I'll tell her, bring your own meal with you so that way you can have it when you arrive. That way you can eat it while I cook, so that by the time I'm done cooking, that first meal will have worn off and then we can eat the second one. You're okay with eating at 11 p.m., right? Maybe midnight if it goes badly. I think I'll just get takeout, that's okay. Shit. And just like that, another one slips through our fingers. Unlucky. I swear I'm a good cook, I promise. Just give me a few more hours. Yeah, no, the thing about these cooking streams is it's definitely made me better at cooking, no doubt about it. And like there's some stuff that I now make for myself as part of my I don't know, rotation of meals that I'll cook for myself that I didn't used to cook thanks to these cooking streams. That part's cool for sure, but I'm not sure I'd ever feel comfortable cooking for people consistently just because my major downside, like jokes aside, is just being really fucking slow. So I don't mind like if I plan my entire day around like doing the cooking stream and taking 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever, but if I actually have to plan for like, oh shit, I gotta cook for like 5 people and they come over, it's just gonna be like, I don't want to serve people dinner at like 10 p.m., you know, so like it gets a little bit more annoying, or a little bit more scary that way. Over time, of course, if I did this even more frequently, I'm sure I'd get faster, but the thing is like, I don't really like going fast when I cook. I like going slow, shooting the shit with chat, drinking some knob, you know. I don't mind taking my time, but I'd feel more self-conscious if like there was other people waiting on me to finish. All right, let's melt this butter here. Pro tip for butter melters out there, when you melt it in the microwave, put your microwave power on 50% and double the amount of time you'd normally use to melt it, so that way the butter doesn't explode. Yeah. All right, so we got the garlic here ready to go. So now we got that prepped. Now we can move this back off to the side and sprinkle some garlic on here. Oh shit. Are we supposed to sprinkle garlic on both sides, or how are we supposed to do this? Says it's supposed to be 6 inches wide, by the way. Yeah, it's about 6 inches, right? Yeah, it looks about right. Okay. So do we just like, it says sprinkle each portion with minced garlic and press it into the dough. On both sides, or? This feels like this is gonna burn the garlic, but I guess I'll go with both sides. I don't know. This doesn't even feel like I have that much garlic, even though this is technically twice the amount that the recipe calls for. So we'll see what happens after I sprinkle one side. Like barely feels like enough, but okay. Whoop. Get in there. Well, maybe just one side, I guess, because like I guess when you serve garlic naan, you don't traditionally have both sides covered in the good shit, right? It's just kind of like it's the upside that has it, so I guess it's fine. All right. Feels like I should also, well, I was gonna say sprinkle some salt in here, but I guess you sprinkle salt after, not before you cook, because we got some fancy ass kosher salt that we'll sprinkle eventually. Okay. Let me give this a little mix over here. Okay, looking pretty good, Smelling pretty good too. I mean, surprise, surprise, garlic plus onions plus like a pepper plus ginger smells good when cooked. Who could have guessed? Who could have seen that coming? Is this melted? Close enough. All right. I think I got a little brush thing in here, right? Maybe. Oh wait. Oh. I know I own one of these somewhere around here. Shit. Do I? I mean, I can YOLO it and just use like a spoon, but I could have sworn I had like one of those little brush thingies that you can brush stuff with. The hell is it? God damn it. Well, chat, you'll have to take my word for it. I used to own things that you can use to brush off your brush butter and shit, but wherever it is. Oh, wait, it's just sitting in here, I think, in the dryer. Oh shit, we found it. Never mind. We got it sitting here at the bottom of the dryer, so surely it's not gonna be ultra nasty and filled with bacteria or something. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Sink brush? Yeah, nah. Smells fine. Yeah, it smells only vaguely of dishwater. That's fine, dude. It's not a bad sign when you dry it off and it's got like brown crustiness coming off of it, right? No, it's fine. It's got more minerals, yeah, it just adds to the flavor, exactly. It's seasoning. Of course. Right? It's fine, whatever. We're gonna cook it anyways, it's fine. All right, let's brush this. Actually, well, no, we should probably brush these down right before we put these on the skillets. Actually, let me leave these unbrushed. Let's, we want to form all of these first and then only butter them when they're like ready to go, I think. Okay, so just put this on this plate. This one's ready to go onto the skillet when the time is right. Okay, let's do another one. Running out of counter space, which is a classic part of cooking streams. Oh, garlic's gonna burn? Yeah, that's what I thought too. Like, that's what I think based on looking at what we're supposed to do, but the recipe says to just do it as is, so like, I'll just try it and see what happens. I agree, like normally I would think like garlic would be, if directly exposed to the pan like that, is gonna get burnt, but I mean, it's not gonna be on there for long, I don't think. It's only gonna be on the pan, I think, for, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 minutes, so yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Ooh. 6 inches, right? Oh, careful, SpongeBob. Okay, that's looking about right. move that a little bit further away. All right, I think the, by the way, the veggies are probably done. Let's shift back to doing this other thing. Got to multitask, something I'm always amazing at. So we're going to, looks like, add the garam masala, coriander, and cumin. Okay, cook, strain often, raw. All right, so let's add the spices. God, that smells good, dude. All right, so more of that garam masala that we had earlier. Okay. And then coriander, which we used for something earlier. I don't remember what, but yeah. And what was the last thing? The cumin, as my dad would call it. All right. How much of this shit? 1 teaspoon of cumin, 2 teaspoons of coriander, and half a teaspoon of garam masala. Once again, this stuff just smells like cumin, so it feels like we're just adding cumin to this twice, but it does smell good, I'll give it that, so it's not like it's a bad thing. Okay. How much are the other two? 2 teaspoons of coriander. Oh, come on. Okay. And then 1 teaspoon of the cumin. Okay. Oh, careful. Bro, can you fucking not? Okay. Those are all like identical colors. And we mix her up, brothers. Oh, that got burnt. Okay, we gotta add more water for sure. Let me do that now. Not like ruined or anything, but just a little more burnt on the bottom of the onions than you'd prefer, but not the end of the world. Still looks fine. Alright, so we're supposed to cook this until the smell of the raw spice is gone. I don't really know what exactly that means, because I feel like it still smells the same, but okay. So let that do its thing, I guess, for a bit. Sure. The base little, like, I don't know, onion mixture, whatever you want to call it here, is very strong. It's extremely intense flavor, but we're gonna mix it in with a shitload of spinach and I guess the paneer and stuff. Oh, paneer and stuff in a bit, so I guess it'll get sort of diluted by that shit. Anyways. Oh man, yeah, just that one little small taste was enough to make you like, oh, Jesus, that was intense. Okay, so just kind of mash the garlic into there. Paranoid that like I don't want to like run out of garlic. I mean, I have more garlic I can mince, I guess, but it blows my mind that this recipe only called for half of the garlic that I actually minced, because that doesn't seem like it'd be nearly enough. Alright. Usually safe to double or triple garlic amounts. Yeah, I think it's never a terrible idea to just add more garlic than any recipe ever recommends, but I will say, the one and only time I think where I probably added too much garlic, when I think about it, is when we did the shepherd's pie on the St. Patty's Day stream. The mashed potatoes that we put on top of the shepherd's pie. I think in retrospect, after I ended up eating all of that, it was the onions, or sorry, the potatoes, they weren't bad, but they were definitely what I would describe for the first time in my life as probably a little too garlicky. It was overwhelmingly tasting like garlic, like when you had the mashed potatoes, not like the subtle taste of garlic that you'd normally expect, right? So it is actually possible to over garlic something, I found out. Not like it ruined it, but it was definitely like, it's a little more than I prefer. Okay. Spread that out and mash it in. Okay, that's halfway home. Also, I need to make sure I pay attention to the next step, I guess, for the Saag Paneer. I think the next part is we finally do actually add the spinach. We're going to... Yeah, we'll add the spinach, stir well, incorporating the spiced onion mixture into the spinach. Add a little salt and a half cup of water, stir and cook about 5 minutes with the lid off. Okay. So, I think we should probably just do that now. I think it smells, I don't know, I guess the spices have, raw spice smell is gone, is it? Sure. Okay, so what does it say? The spinach, a little salt and a half cup of water. Okay. So, spinach, boom. And then finally, we get to add salt to this. It doesn't say pepper, which makes me sad, but at least salt. Being the salt enjoyer that I am, I'm always happy to add more. Right. And then a half cup of water. And mix her up, brother. Now, eventually, like, this will get like kind of a creamy consistency. At least that's based on what I'm used to having in this dish at restaurants. So I'm assuming we're gonna add the heavy cream near the end, and that adds the creaminess to it eventually. But for now, I guess we gotta let these flavors get to know each other, as Babish would say. Sure. Hopefully this qualifies as well incorporated into the spinach here. Okay. Green slop, delicious. Unironically though, I'm pretty sure this is gonna be delicious. I'm not too worried about it being ridiculously tasty. Okay. You know, it just occurred to me. Remember that giant Tupperware tub that I used for the marination of the chicken for the tikka masala tomorrow? That's normally what I'd use to put something like all the leftovers of this into to store it. What the fuck am I gonna put this in now? Well, that sounds like a problem for after stream. Okay. Maybe I can just transfer the marinated stuff back to the bowl. I don't fucking know. Whatever, we'll figure it out. I say we, I will. Okay, anyways, back to the naan. The naan hopefully won't be a particularly long process as far as like once we actually have to cook it, since I'm pretty sure like each one just goes on the skillet for a few minutes and then it's done. Okay. Guess I'll just have to eat it all? Yeah, it looks like that's enough for one sitting, right? Sure. I mean, when you go to an Indian restaurant, like usually, like oftentimes they'll have a buffet, or if it's not a buffet, at the very least they'll bring you like this massive serving of whatever it is you ordered, right? Like whether it be the Saag Paneer or whatever, right? So, generally speaking, whenever I go to an Indian restaurant, you always eat way more than you realistically should, and you feel ultra giga full by the end. So I'm sure I'll eat more than I need to tonight because, well, assuming this ends up tasting good, which I guess, knock on wood, hopefully. So I'll probably knock out a decent chunk of that to the point where maybe I can just put those in like a couple of smaller Tupperware containers and it'll be fun. Okay. Now, these are probably, I guess, thinner than 1/4 of an inch. I should probably be making these a little thicker, but this just kind of feels right. I don't know. Do I have a rolling pin? Yeah, of course I do. See? Here it is. Doesn't everyone's rolling pin look like this? It's like one of those novelty rolling pins that they made it look like a bottle of scotch, but it's actually a rolling pin, I promise. Of course, of course. Okay. Number 4, all right, all right. Let's get number 5. I guess the most calorie-dense parts of the meal is the optional amounts of oil in the rice/bread sides. Well, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't exactly call this dish healthy. Like, you kind of think it would be just based on the fact, like, oh, it's a bunch of spinach, it's vegetables, it's good for you, blah, blah, blah. But now that we've actually made this recipe, we know, like, we added, like, a lot of oil, it feels like, to this. So I doubt it's, like, something that you could call, like, I mean, nutrient-wise, I'm sure it still has plenty. Like, I don't know, I'm sure spinach and onions and blah, blah, blah have a bunch of good nutrients for you. But I will admit that, like, calorie speaking, I don't think you're exactly what you'd call eating light if you decide to have this dish, but that's okay. This is not called healthy bachelor cooking, so it's all Gucci. I don't mind a little extra calories for the gains, you know? Okay. Get in there, buddy. I haven't exactly done an amazing job at, like, evenly distributing the garlic over the naan pieces, but whatever. In reality, it all get eaten all the same. Heavy cream, very worth. Yeah, yeah. We haven't added that yet to the dish, and I'm sure that isn't exactly going to help the calorie count either. But that's okay. I'm pretty sure it's going to be tasty, and that's all that really matters. It's, as SpongeBob would say, it's good for your soul. I don't have a soul. All right, last one. Healthy bachelor cooking is just chicken and rice. Yeah, it'd be the Traeger diet. All right, today we're gonna be having baked chicken breast and brown rice. Maybe some broccoli if we're feeling really spicy that day. Ooh. Dude, I went through a phase in my life where I did eat somewhat close to that because I was trying to get in shape, and that was like the point in, I guess, in my diet cycle where I was trying to cut. And you know, it feels like for the first week when you do that, you eat food like that, it's like, okay, this is fine. You know, it's not like the most flavorful food ever, but it gets the job done, whatever. And then, like, after doing it for a month, dude, holy shit, dude, you want to eat literally anything else. You like. The thought of, like, tasting anything that's even, like, remotely unhealthy just becomes, it goes from sounding like, oh, that sounds kind of good, to like, oh my god, this is gonna be life-changing. If only I could just have one slice of pizza. I'd drag my balls through a mile of glass just to have just one slice of pizza right now, please. So, yeah, I'm not super desperate to ever be that hardcore into fitness ever again, but I respect the people that do that as, like, essentially their entire lifestyle. They have more self-discipline than I would. All right. You do it like 4 days a week to keep it going. Yeah, I mean, that's probably a healthier way to do it. It's probably an easier way to stay consistent if you do it that way, for sure. Every other food tastes amazing after 2 weeks of chicken and rice. Yeah, that's something I definitely learned. Okay, cool. So, I guess what we're gonna do is, like, probably one at a time. Like, right before we throw it onto the pan, we brush them with garlic. I don't think we want to brush, or butter, sorry. I don't think we're gonna brush all of these with butter now, because then it'll probably, like, I don't know, dry out or some shit. So, I really should have probably started heating the pan before this, but let me go and get the other skillet out that we'll use for this and start getting that ready to go. What do we want for this? High heat, I assume? Let me see. Recipe says, it says moderately high heat. All right, sure. Use oil instead, better burns and get dark. It could be true, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, butter tastes better, and I'd rather have a buttery naan than like an oily naan, so I'm just use butter. It's fine, whatever. I'm sure it's gonna be fine nonetheless. All right, so anyways, while we wait for the skillet over there to heat up, let's check in on the next step for our Saag Paneer, shall we? Are you allowed to season the chicken for the chicken and rice diet? Well, I mean, you could, but I feel like that's almost cheating in that, like, you're not supposed to have food that tastes good. I'm kidding, but, like, you can probably find some bros out there who'd say, like, don't you dare fucking season it, bro. If it tastes good, then it's not gonna work. You have to, you gotta do, like, a mind over matter sort of thing. You gotta will your way through the bland-ass chicken. Yeah, exactly, it's not in the spirit of, of that diet, yeah. Now, in reality, back when I followed a diet somewhat like that, like, yeah, I would season it with, like, some basic seasonings just to make it, like, not completely tasteless, but there's only so much seasoning you can add, like, non-calorie seasoning that can make it taste good. Like, it makes it taste better, but it's never gonna be like, oh my god, this is scrumptious, this is amazing. Like, you gotta add some oil or some fats of some type to really, like, take it to the next level, you know? Okay, so anyways, next part of the paneer, added the spinach, blah, 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 cook about 5 minutes, that's probably been about 5. Turn the heat off, add the yogurt a little at a time to keep it from curdling. Once the yogurt's well mixed into the spinach, add the paneer. Turn the heat back on, cover and cook until, actually, maybe actually, now I look at that, I don't think this recipe actually uses heavy cream. I guess I was thinking of the chicken tikka masala tomorrow is gonna use heavy cream, but this one, I guess it's gonna get its creaminess actually from the yogurt. Okay. Well, let's turn this off. And then add the yogurt a bit at a time. Okay. Okay, so how much yogurt do we use for this? We're gonna use just half a cup, so that's not much. All right, so we're just gonna add like a half a cup slowly, a little bit at a time. Okay. Let's get that yogurt back out. Boom. And a half a cup, it says. So when it says add it like a little at a time, I mean, there's not much we're gonna add. Like, it's only actually half a cup, which doesn't even feel like that much, but I guess we'll just do like maybe a spoonful at a time. Seems reasonable. Okay, half a cup. So just something like, you know, I don't know. Let me get the wood spatula for this one. That's just not much. Is this really gonna like, is half a cup of yogurt really enough to make this like full thing creamy? Is that gonna be a thing? Guess we'll see. That didn't feel like it did jack shit. I always assumed that this dish had cream in it, because like I would describe this as like really creamy spinach, like that's what sort of dish it is, but I'll be honest, I'm having a difficult time. I mean, this is full fat yogurt, I guess I didn't think about that. So maybe that I guess helps, but I always just assumed that the creaminess came from heavy cream, and that's what gives it such like a rich sort of flavor and texture, but trust the process, I guess. All right. Let me bring chat over one sec. Whoa. You've been marinating your chicken in Japanese barbecue sauce. Really good. It does sound tasty, but I gotta imagine Japanese barbecue sauce is not exactly calorie-free, right? Yeah, not a whole lot of tasty marinades that you can marinate like with calorie-free stuff. Like, I mean, they exist, but they're not nearly as good as like when you have some oil in there, right? Oil and or sugar and or milk or something like that. Some sort of cream. Yeah, I don't know. This is most of the rest of the yogurt right here. Like, is this really going to be creamy enough? I mean, it's like it's getting there, but like I kind of have the urge to add like maybe like a tiny bit more yogurt after this half cup. Because like I'm imagining what the dish looks like in my head, like from when I get it at restaurants. It's like it's definitely creamier than this. We're not far off, but looking less clueless every cooking stream. I still feel clueless, but I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless. All right, so this is the last of the half cup. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a light sauce, but yeah, not exactly 0 calorie. All right, well, fair. I mean, shit. Like maybe you're not trying to be healthy. Maybe just as long as you're making the chicken taste good, that's what counts, right? Okay, well, that's all the yogurt we're supposed to use. Man, what else are we adding to this after the yogurt? I mean, we're gonna add, I guess, the paneer, but that's it. Like that's all the yogurt. It just doesn't seem like enough, dude. I'm gonna add more. Not a ton more, but I'm just gonna make the executive decision. Like maybe one more big old spoonful, because I want my shit creamy, dude. I want that cum texture. Ah. Come. Power. My spinach is addicted to it. Any coomers in the chat? Oh, don't worry, we use plenty of cumin in here. We already coomed in here earlier, but you can never have too much coom in your spinach, right? Alright, there we go. That's looking a little better. I think my executive decision to add some extra yogurt is not the worst idea in the world. You don't want to go overboard, of course, but I'm liking how that's looking. That's looking a bit more like what I'd normally expect out of the restaurant version. Okay. So we're supposed to spread that out and then turn the heat back on, and then eventually once it's heated up again, we will add the paneer. Actually, no. Do we add the paneer now, or do we add it after it's heated up? Let me see. Oop, come on. Okay, yeah, that's looking about right now. Cool. And then like after we add the paneer and heat it back up, it's just done. Then we're Gucci. So I should really finish off the naan. Fuck. All right. All right. All right. So the recipe says. Okay, so we do add the paneer now, and then we turn on the heat. Okay. And then cook until everything's warmed through. All right. Fuck, we gotta get the naan done then. Turmeric, which does this to every utensil you use ever, and plate. Yeah, I think in hindsight, even if the recipe called for these sort of sized chunks of paneer, I probably would have gone with slightly smaller chunks, just because that feels like it'd be easier to incorporate into the dish and be more like kind of consistent, I guess, throughout the dish, if you will, but that's all right. This will work fine. And God, we know these paneer cubes are really tasty based on the one we tried earlier. And based on how flavorless they were when they were just completely uncooked, I can't imagine the paneer, I didn't look at the nutrition facts, but I can't imagine they're high in fat content. It's almost, if I had to guess, it's almost probably like pure protein, which if you are trying to care about the health aspect of this is kind of nice. I'm gonna go ahead and not look that up and just assume that I'm correct about pure protein and no fat to make myself feel better about this dish. It's healthy, yeah, of course. All right. Let that do its thing. And I think this is probably hot enough now for, yeah, okay, feeling good here. Cool. Let's do the naan. Cool. Okay, so I believe we don't add any oil to this pan. I think all we're doing is just brushing with butter, like I said, and then just using that as the quote-quote frying oil. So let's do that for one at a time, like I talked about. Let's see. I want to do this. Put you over here, chat. Okay. All right. There we are. Oh, let me clean my spatula as well. What happened to the WoW cookbook? I still have it, but here's the problem with the cookbook. It's not like I'm not ever going to cook stuff from there, but the issue when I look through the recipes is that there's a lot of recipes in there that are essentially, okay, you know, put these ingredients together, prep these ingredients, all right, do this now, and then, okay, let it sit and cook and simmer for like 4 hours. Or hell, like, you know, let it marinate, whatever, overnight. And that's hard for cooking streams because, like, you know, ideally if you're doing a cooking stream, you don't want to just sit here for 4 hours waiting for something to cook, right? So there's a few ones in there that I've got some ideas for, but I've just been struggling to utilize like all of them, or you know, at least like a fair amount of them, coming up with ideas for them, simply because like just the cooking time usually ends up being kind of prohibitive, or at the very least the marination time, or whatever you want to call it. Like there's a lot of like stews in there, like okay, now let the stew simmer for 6 hours or something, which, I mean, they sound delicious for sure, but it's just kind of tough if you're trying to like fit it within the duration of a reasonably length cooking stream. Okay, yeah, fuck it, let's just add it. Brush this side with oil while it's on there. Okay. Now, how long did it say to have these just in here? I mean, I guess I can probably just eyeball it, but... Hey, what's up, Mim Mello? You're hungry? Well, I have good news for you. Well, actually, kind of bad news. We're about to be done here, and then you can watch some other dude eat a bunch of delicious food and get even more hungry. Hope you're okay with that. Alright, so it says, brush the dough with melted butter, place in the skillet, cook for about 1 minute until the dough puffs up, and then flip and do another minute. Okay. That's not so bad. Oh shit, okay, yeah. Look at this, boys, ready? Oh, yes sir. Yes sir. I mean, it looks pretty good to me. That's what I kind of imagine when I imagine naan in my head. I will say this is thicker though than I wanted it to be. It's almost like the... Because I even rolled these out thinner than the recipe called for. Yeah, that's really puffing up. I mean, I guess once I take it off the skillet, it's gonna puff down, but it's definitely thicker than I would normally expect naan to be, so we'll see if that was just a one-time thing with this one, or if we fucked up, but like they're supposed to be a 1/4 inch thick, and these aren't even a 1/4 inch. Like it puffed up a shitload. Yeah, damn. Yeah, naan's normally a lot thinner. Like, yeah, if you look at like the ones that I prepped here, like you can see they're really thin. So, like the recipe called for the uncooked ones to be like a 1/4 inch thick, which is like these are probably closer to like an 1/8 inch thick. So, did I do something wrong? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure this will still taste good, but yeah, admittedly the size isn't quite what you'd expect. But maybe these will maybe they'll unpuff once we take them off the heat. We'll see. All right, so this is getting pretty good and warm. I guess I'll just put this on like kind of like the simmer heat to just keep it warm until we're ready to go. Okay. Brush this up. Gotta be careful not to like brush the garlic off. Alright, on you go. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh. Sneeze? Ah, Jesus. Rip ears, I'm sorry. Now we got a nice little layer of snot covering our dishes here. Perfect, perfect. So yeah, like now this is cooling down. It's not really getting any like thinner. But, I don't know, man, like, that was a thick fucking slice of naan, Jesus. Snot is flavor? Yeah, it's extra saltiness, I guess. Sure. Alright, so this one isn't puffing up quite as much, I guess, so that's probably a good thing. Patience, patience. But yeah, it's still getting thicker than you want it, like ideally want it to be. So I'm not really sure what I did wrong. I'm sure it'll still taste fine, but yeah, maybe the texture might be a bit off if it's too thick. Oh, I should finish these with salt as they come off too. Oh shit. There we go. Then boys need to be rolled out more. Yeah, but that's the thing is like I said, the recipe like literally calls for these to be like twice as thick. These are not like super thick when you look at these, right? I mean, yeah, I agree. They're already prepped, so I don't really want to roll them out now like more. But yeah, I agree. This is a little thicker than you prefer your naan to be. Trial and error, I guess. Need to put these on a bigger plate, actually. Oh my. At the end of the day, I'm getting pretty damn hungry, and I don't really feel like trying to tinker with the naan. We gotta roll with what we got, so that way I can consume some of this food soon. Otherwise, I might just like fall over and die live on stream. Be a hell of a clip, but not great for long-term content. Oh shit. Okay. Hit this bad boy with some salt. Alright. Guess we'll just kind of stack them up. Chunk naan? Yeah. It's, they're more the size of like giga-thick pancakes, but I mean, I guess next time, yeah, the answer is just you roll them out more thin, I guess. Tell you he played Warny Warny? Bro, Warny Warny is a Middle Eastern song if we're making Indian food. Okay, look, I'm not trying to mix up my cultural traditions here. Not trying to be called out for being a generic white boy. I am, but I'm just trying my best not to look like one. Smells good. Say that. This is ready to go as well. I feel like it's almost not hot enough now. I've kept it on simmer, but it's kind of looking that warm at the moment. I gotta say, man, I'm still expecting this. The restaurant version would look much more creamy. Like if you go to the recipe and look at the recipe and like the picture they use in the recipe, even that looks like it's got more cream in it than what this does. And like, I'm not saying this looks bad, but I don't know what I'm expecting. I'm just expecting perhaps more whiteness in there, if you will. Needs more cream. I mean, I could add more yogurt. I don't want to go overboard and ruin it. Like, I don't know, the recipe calls for what it calls for, right? Yeah, some thick boy naan right there. Butter's also starting to condense a bit to the point where it's only sort of half liquid, so let's finish this off, please. Okay. Salt this bad bitch over here. That's a thick boy, god damn. From an efficiency POV, butter the next one. Alright, fine. Belle just sitting here trying to be all smart and stuff. Okay, okay, fine. There you go. Taste it and adjust accordingly. Recipes are just rough guides. Alright, I'll take the bait on that one, sure. No. Alright, you know what? I'll add more yogurt. Fuck it. I think I'll make the executive decision to try to make this a bit creamier. Alright, fine. Now, I don't want to go like too much more, but yeah, it sort of feels like it might be a little necessary. Just a smidge more mix in. And then maybe also add a bit more salt to compensate as well. Little, yeah. Now I guess we added the yogurt previously before it was heating on the pan, so hopefully we're not worried about any sort of curdling issues that it previously brought up, but looks fine. Take out the spinach, add more cream. Yeah, take all this green shit out of here. Ugh, gross. Okay, well, hopefully that helps a bit. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna taste fine. I'm trying to get like the correct like consistency and the correct kind of texture to it. That does look a bit better, for sure. All right. Oh shit, that's probably done. Whew, it does taste good. Whoop, okay, bottom of that one's probably a little darker than I prefer. I'm not going to look and just assume that it's fine. All right. Whew, it's getting a little hot. Probably turn that down. Okay, see, now this is why I made a half recipe of naan, because otherwise it'd be like, okay guys, only 7 more of these to go, which would have been a little tedious, so I think I made a good call on that front. Because this is done, this is ready to go. That one simply needs to be plated up and we're Gucci. Now, I think sometimes you might include rice with this as well, like, because traditionally, like when you go to an Indian restaurant, they give you a side thing of rice that you can just kind of spoon all the shit that you order over it. I guess if I was a smart man, I could have made some rice, but honestly, usually when I have this dish, I don't even put this over rice. Usually I just have this on its own. Now, the chicken tikka masala tomorrow, that one I almost always put over rice. I think for tomorrow's cooking stream, we will probably add some, make some rice like near the end. I think that's the plan. Should have waited longer on that one, I guess. Oh well, it's fine. Jasmine rice. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a hundo. I could have bought jasmine rice. I considered it today, but I was like, man, I'm just gonna use regular ass white rice. It's fine. It tastes like rice. It'll get the job done. Yeah. Chicken and rice it is. Yep. At Traeger. And Dreams. Okay. This is probably just about done. Chat's like, no, it's gotta be jasmine rice, otherwise your taste buds will literally die. Your taste buds will disappear forever as soon as the regular white rice touches your tongue. Oh god, streamer ruined. Tough titties. Make the recipe yourself, and then you can use jasmine rice. Go for it, dude. Be my guest. I am fine with regular ass plebby white person rice. Alright, come on. I definitely turned the heat down too low. I should have just kept it high like a smart person instead of like seeing a little bit of smoke and thinking like, oh, it's too hot. Oh. Alright, we're almost ready. Let me prepare the plate that we'll ultimately be using here. Alright. Is this getting there? Sorta. Some thick boy naan, no doubt about that. Let me give the paneer one more stir here. Yeah, I mean, it's looking alright. It's definitely still not quite the creamy consistency that I would expect to see at a restaurant, but it's closer than it was before I added the yogurt, so... Taste-wise, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, it smells delicious. I can guarantee you it's going to taste just fine. Yeah. Okay. Last one. Ooh, now, this one I didn't roll out nearly thin enough. This one's going to be a thick boy, I'm pretty sure, but whatever. At this point, SCBA is what it is. Okay. I think in the meantime, while this one finishes cooking up, I think we maybe start plating our meal here. Think it's about time. Oh shit. So, I think what I'm going to do here is, let me finish this off with salt first. Toss a splash of heavy cream in here. It's not a bad idea, honestly, but the problem is that I only have enough heavy cream, I think, for tomorrow's dish and no more. So I think if I used heavy cream now, I wouldn't have enough for tomorrow's chicken tikka masala. So, nah, we'll just send this as is. Like, I think it's gonna be fine. Okay, so let's scoop it up with this, I guess. Okay. Put that on this side. Nice healthy portion. My ass is hungry. Yeah, maybe I'm less and less worried now about my ability to put this in Tupperware. This will be fine. Okay. Yes, sir. NA portions. Hey, I'm cooking for myself. I can eat as much as I want. All right. For whatever reason, these last few didn't brown as well. I don't know why. I turned the heat back up, but yeah, that's actually not ready yet. Let's flip that back over. I almost want to turn it up even more. Not sure why these ones are browning less well compared to the first few. In the meantime, though, we'll just have one of the first few as far as our naan's concerned. They're all thick as fuck, but it's okay. All right, there we go. Now, I will admit, originally I was going to get like the real restaurant version of this stuff and have them both and compare the two, but I'm not gonna lie. Quite simply, I ran out of time to do so, so we're just gonna have to try our best to imagine in our head what the restaurant version tastes like and compare it to the homemade version. All right. What time is it? How long did I take to do this? It is, 7 o'clock, so that's been about 4 hours. All right, I mean, like, that's a little on the higher end for a cooking stream, but it's not the worst. I've had some 6-hour marathons before, so in comparison, it's not so bad. All right. Best Indian food you ever had was homemade anyway. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Like, the funny thing is, like, when I've done previous cooking streams where I've tried to emulate the authentic thing, there are some that are definitely better when you homemake it. Like, I know this is about to be kind of a meme, but like when I made the Panda Express copycat, that was better homemade for sure. When I made the Japanese cooking stream with like the California rolls and the teriyaki chicken and what was the last thing? Oh, right, the tempura. That one was about the same as like what you get in a restaurant. And then when I made the Thai food, honestly, that one was just like the restaurant version's better. The restaurant just does it better. That's getting really hot. Okay, that's done. So it's kind of a mixed bag when it comes to like making the quote homemade version. Sometimes it's better, sometimes about the same, and sometimes, honestly, sometimes the restaurant version is just better. Luck of the draw, I guess. My orange chicken was a W? Yeah, dude, that orange chicken that I made was fucking fire. The only reason I haven't made that again is just because it's a lot of work, but man, if I wanted to impress people with like homemade orange chicken, I would just make that exact recipe again because that was tasty. Okay, and just like that, boys, we are ready to eat. All right, cool. Let's head on over to the dining room, shall we? Oh shit, here we are. Now, we're not completely done with what we're going to be enjoying for our Indian cooking, and that we will be doing our chicken tikka masala tomorrow. But obviously, I'm not going to wait till tomorrow to try what we just made here, of course. Okay, get some lighting for you guys. Whoa. Okay, hold on. There we go. Got a spoon there, cool, let me get a napkin. Let's get chat. All right. Let's give this a shot, shall we? You know what's nice about this cooking stream? It's still light outside even. Always a good sign when that's the case. Oh, so here, let me give you a close-up of what we're about to eat before I guess I consume it. Now, like I said, yeah, is the naan way too thick? Yeah, it is, but I mean, it still looks good. Like we got the nice little browning on there as far as the paneer is concerned. There you go. Okay. Now, it can look great all at once, but let's actually taste it and see how it tastes, because that's kind of the important part, right? Oh, how long have I been cooking today? Oh, you know, in traditional streamer fashion, this only took me 4 hours. But in fairness, I did also prep the chicken tikka masala marinade for tomorrow, so I also partially cooked a dish for tomorrow as well, so... Looks great. I misread your comments originally. I thought you said looks gross. I was like, okay, thanks. All right, I did a good job. Well, there is one way to find out for sure, isn't there? Let's give it a shot, shall we? I'm gonna make sure I include some actual paneer in here. There we go. All right, bottoms up. See? Ooh, man. The paneer, man, is fucking fire, dude. Like like I said earlier, I could literally just eat these yellow cube chunks like just on their own. The spinach part, like it's nice, it adds to it for sure, but like just the paneer chunks on their own, my god, that's tasty. Holy fuck. More. Oh man. It helps that I'm really fucking hungry. Oh, shit. It's always nicer when you finish a cooking stream and have something tasty, because if you finish a cooking stream and realize what you just made is mid as fuck, then it's always just like, well, shit, that was a lot of time and effort, and now I'm tired and just for this. So, okay. Now, I will say this. The spinach is still not as creamy and not quite the right texture that I'd want compared to the one I'd normally get in a restaurant. I would venture to guess that the restaurants usually probably add some heavy cream to this, and that would probably enhance it for sure. This version is definitely probably healthier in that it uses yogurt instead of heavy cream, but the trade-off is, yeah, it's a little bit less rich than you normally want out of this dish, and it's a little more... It's just leaner, right? It needs more fat, for sure. It's not bad, but the spinach part definitely needs to be a little bit, have a little bit of fat added to it, I think, which is funny because we use plenty of oil in this dish, but I think the creaminess factor is really what would add to it. But if I just try this, let me try the spinach itself and not the paneer, because the paneer is fucking 10 out of 10. That part makes the dish amazing just on its own. Yeah, the spinach, it's fine. It tastes good. The taste is on point. The taste is good stuff. Perfectly salted, good seasoning. The only thing that I would give the spinach like an 8 out of 10. The only thing that could improve it is just make it creamier, make it richer. Heavy cream would probably do the trick, honestly. You're not a spinach guy. Can you have yours without the leaves? Dude, like I said, if you literally just want to like make this recipe but only make like the paneer part, like this part, go for it. Like this on its own is really fucking good. You could put this in more stuff than just this. I don't know what you combine it with instead, but yeah, if you don't want to, if you want the spinach part, just the yellow chunks in here, already really fucking tasty. I need to finish these bananas before they go bad? No, I do not, sir. There's a reason why I have 3 bananas just sitting there getting browner and browner. This is future banana bread right here. This still needs about another week or so, maybe even a week and a half. We want these things to be almost completely brown. And then, when they look like they're disgusting and way past the point where you want to consume them, that's when you make this into banana bread, and it's fucking fire, dude. This fucking guy saying, they're like, oh, your banana's about to go bad. Bro, they're not even close to being ready. No. No. All right, let's try the naan. Now, it's too thick, for sure, but how's it taste? It's too thick, yeah. It's pretty good, but it's definitely more bready than it should be, probably because of the thickness. You can kind of tell the very middle of it's not quite as cooked as much as the outer part, and so there's still a tiny bit of like kind of floury taste. It's not even like it's undercooked. It just tastes more like bread than it does naan, which like bread's good, obviously. It's just not what you really expect or want out of naan. But yeah, it's a little chewier than it should be for naan. I don't know what I did wrong, because I definitely rolled it out to the thickness that it should be, so I almost wonder if well, let me finish this bite. Is it super garlicky? No, the garlic's a bit subtle, which is good. Garlic part's good. It didn't get burnt, it's fine. I think what might have messed it up was I was impatient, and so I added a little water to the dough to try to make it a little bit more wet, and then it made it too sticky, so I was like, ah, fuck, and so I added some more flour to compensate for it, and like it made a dough with a good consistency, but maybe adding that extra flour and water at that point, maybe that just fucked with it just enough to make it so it just like, it just rose too much and became a little bit too bready. I don't know, I mean, like, I followed the recipe mostly faithfully besides that, and it's not like I added a ton of water or a ton of flour, so I don't think it should have changed it that much, but the naan has a consistency, like, let me see if, like, I don't know if you can see this well, but it almost has the consistency of like the bread you'd get like served as like an appetizer at like an Italian restaurant. It's got that sort of consistency to it, which is not really what you expect out of naan. Looks like this. So like it's good. It's basically Italian restaurant bread sort of texture. It's just, it's not what you're expecting, right? It's not, I guess, what your mouth is preparing for if you're gonna go to an Indian restaurant and have naan. So it's good. I'll eat it all for sure, but did I nail like authentic naan? No, I did not. What can you do? Yeah, it's still tasty. I'm gonna demolish this. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to compare this to like the authentic shit, but if you ignore the authenticity, it's just like, I mean, it's bread with salt and garlic on it. Like, how fucking bad could it be, right? Eating at a decent time this evening? Yeah. You only have to start cooking dinner at 3 p.m. and then you can eat at regular dinner time. Easy. The bowl swap and the additional yeast. I don't really know what the bowl swap would have done to it, but maybe that had, yeah, I mean, maybe added more yeast, maybe added too much. Maybe. This would be better with a more saucy dish. Yeah, I mean, I'll have more of this naan tomorrow for the, with the, whatchamacallit, chicken tikka masala, and that'll be perfect for kind of like, yeah, you're right, like soaking up the extra sauce for sure, but it's not like this is too dry. I mean, it's fine, like as far as it's I don't bite into this and I'm like, oh, Jesus, it needs sauce. Like, no, it's fine. It's very pillowy and, like I said, it's kind of like Italian restaurant bread, which is good. So yeah, the verdict, okay? Final verdict here. Let me finish chewing. I don't care if it's not authentic. It's still good, man. All right, so the Saag Paneer. Pros, the paneer specifically is fucking fire, so fucking good. Seasoning is on point. Flavor-wise, it's on point. Tastes exactly what it should taste like, and it's really, really flavorful, really, really tasty. The only thing that I gotta give it points off for, well, I should say this. I was about to say I'm giving it points off for texture. The texture of the paneer, also quite nice. The outside is crispy, brown, delicious. The inside is still soft and chewy. The texture of the spinach, however, it's not quite there. It's not quite creamy enough. It's not bad. It's not like just like soggy and disgusting, but it should be, like I said, it should be richer, it should be a little creamier, it should have a bit more fat in it. And so because of that, I'll give the dish like a 8.5 out of 10. If the spinach was done correctly, it could easily be 10 out of 10 because the paneer is 10 out of 10, but the spinach holds it back a little bit. The naan, if we're gonna just like base this just purely off its flavor and ignore what the real thing is supposed to be like, the naan is like 10 out of 10. It's really good. But if you try to like say like, okay, well, how is this in terms of like the standards of like being naan? It's probably like 5 out of 10. It's not really that much like naan. I mean, it's like sort of like it, but like, it's more like you're eating bread than naan, which is fine because bread is delicious, of course, but serving this at an Indian restaurant would get you some weird looks, for sure. So, honestly, just on its own, ignoring the authenticity, 10 out of 10. If you want to pay attention to the authenticity, didn't do a great job, but what can you do? Did we invent a new bread? I mean, shit. If I just served this at a restaurant, just like, I don't know, here's your bread side, like, I'm not telling you what it is, people would just be like, this is tasty, because it's like, I mean, it's essentially just garlic bread. I mean, that's what it tastes like. It tastes like garlic bread, which is obviously delicious. All right. Let's take you back to the official computer room and we'll finish this bad boy off, shall we? All right. Tasty. I gotta end the stream so I can finish off this dish because I'm hungry. This is good. Yeah. All right. Time for the good mic.
Hi, hello. What's up?
All
Alright, so there you go, a little Indian cooking stream. But the thing is, we're not done. That was only part one. We are doing the next part literally tomorrow. So if you were enjoying this and want more, I have good news. You're getting more tomorrow, and we're going to make yet another Indian dish. The chicken tikka masala. And that's kind of like what probably most people think of when they think of the most like famous, the most commonly seen and commonly ordered dish. It's probably chicken tikka masala, right? So we're going to see how well we can nail that. Yeah, I've never done back-to-back cooking streams, like literally 2 days in a row. So here's what they look like in the recipe. It feels like even on the recipe, it makes it look creamier. I don't know. Oh, man. Yeah, or butter chicken, both of those.
That's how you develop the sweetness.
Yeah. Like, what did your final result look like? That's a bad Indian bitch right there. That looks like a lot more than a half a cup of yogurt. Did she lie to me?
This is the cheese I made. Marinated
Oh shit, she's got her own, she has her own music in this one. Hold on.
in here. So this is the cheese I made. Marinated
She added way more than half a cup. What a fucking liar, dude. What a Weasley little liar, dude. I mean, I added my own extra bit too, but it looks like she added more, like closer to just like a full cup. Still lied. Literally lying to her audience. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
What a fucking
Indeed.
liar, dude.
Yeah.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Whatever, dude. It was still tasty. I'm still gonna fucking demolish it as soon as I finish here. And then, like, the naan, yeah, once again, not totally sure what I did wrong. I don't know. I mean, I will say, like, in the recipe you look at here, like, it looks a little thick, but nowhere near as thick as ours. So, yeah, I don't really know where we went wrong, but oh well, still tasty.
and turmeric and cayenne.
Oh, shut up.
and then
Alrighty, kids. Anyways, so, okay, the cooking stream tomorrow, like I said, it's going to start the same time as today, so it's going to be 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 21 Central European Time. We're making the chicken tikka masala, and we already marinated it, right? So that's currently marinating in the fridge as I speak, so that one will fire up tomorrow. And then Friday, the plan's to probably try to do a Nax GDKP, of course, assuming I get rostered, inshallah. Saturday, no stream because I'll be doing IRL shit. Sunday, hopefully the Fun Police next. I don't know how the sign-up's looking on that one. 37. So, like, we'll see. We'll see. We'll probably have a raid. The question is, like, can we speedrun? We'll see. And then next Monday, I want to do something on Monday. Oh yeah, Monday. Hopefully we can do a AQ40 GDKP on Salvador since we did the guild run this week. Otherwise, you guys can do ! Discord in the chat if you want to join my Discord. It's a place where I post stream news, stream announcements. Anytime I go live, I'll make sure to ping you guys. It's a place where you can ask me something like, streamer, did that thick Indian bitch lie to you about the amount of yogurt you should have used in your Saag Paneer? Yeah, she did. What a fucking liar, dude. But that's okay. It's still tasty. All right, whatever, dude. Am I bringing a Dallas for Friday? If I feel like doing the quest before, then maybe. Yikes. Anyways, appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you guys keeping chat lively, as always. And if you're NA, have a good rest of the evening. If you're EU, have a good rest of the, I guess, late night. If you're OC, have a good rest of the morning. And I will catch you guys on, tomorrow for the cooking stream part 2. Bye-bye.